Alrighty then. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream. And today, I am back on the retro laptop doing some more coding of things that I would like to use. And there's a couple of things that can go forward today. One of them is I want to explore the idea of doing a plugin to use Kalman filters to imitate the behavior of the famous Wolfbox DI. Wolfbox is a fancy DI box that was used in Motown, and it's noted for using a vintage transformer that you can't get made anymore because it uses a toxic material. I was noticing this because I saw people talking about recent Behringer releases and thought to myself, I don't think I posted this, but I thought to myself, well, those people could probably make the unobtainium transformers in their company town in Taiwan or China or whoever it is, at the expense of killing people in the town with the toxic materials. I wouldn't necessarily put that past them, but I can also do a plugin to behave in a similar way so you don't have to endanger workers in a company town by making authentic Wolfbox transformers. There's this particular kind of transformer. It's about 60K primary and whatever 600 ohm, I'm not sure how many ohms secondary. It is a DI box. And I actually found, I wonder if I can, don't mind me, I'm going to shuffle stuff around a little bit so that I can find what I'm doing. Acme Audio Motown DI WB3 demo by Lance Seymour. It is a MP4, and I believe it is not so large that I can't bring it on to the SD card and bring it over. And so I think maybe I would like to do that. I'm also going to fiddle with my chat a little bit. I'll be doing some sneak peeks, so whoever it is who is already here watching, you'll be seeing some sneak peeks of Airwindows future stuff. As follows, let me keep fooling around with my windows and all. I'm pretty sure I can play MP4s on this old computer. We'll find out. And as you can see, I'm working on something that is an update to something that has not come out yet. Just a little finishing up stuff, and it'll be working. I reached for it in attempting to do an experiment and found that it did a weird thing, and found and fixed the weird thing it was doing. The experiment had to do with, well, this really. Come on. Come on. There you go. This. My list of records is expanding. I still have the capture of Let It Bleed to edit together. But we have got more and more in the way of pieces of music. Let's see now. Which will, like here, check it out. I recorded this one just yesterday. So nobody's actually hearing this, not even me, because I've got the speakers hooked into the retro laptop at the moment. But if you wonder what might make such a intensely flavorful hit record sound with all of those blue spots springing up, and just a little bit of extreme brightness here popping up, which is about as much as you can get away with, is bursts of sound that only go that bright. We see that through a lot of classic records. This is Barry White, Love's Theme. This is a proto-disco album, and it's got a orchestra and string section on it, and disco musicians as well. And one thing about it, they sure have the sound dialed in. That is like a much darker version of the, no I don't, much darker version of the hit record sound you get out of, here's another one. Another one from literally, I think it was this morning, or it was yesterday, I forget. Things are moving kind of fast. It'll take a moment to kick in, but the band Foreigner do just about as well as Mutt Lange Productions as far as producing a intensely hit record style sound, partly because Lou Gramm sings like Mutt Lange, but also because the guitar players get a sound that is similar to the Mutt Lange sound. And so you see it absolutely blowing the heck up. And sure enough, Foreigner Hot Blooded is not a hit on the strength of the lyrics or how good the music is, because it kind of isn't. But the sound is carrying it. The sound of this band carries it. And that applies for things like, let's see now. Here is some classic 80s in Irene Cara. Flashdance, Oh What a Feeling. That's going to take a while to kick in, so how about I move that out of the way and jump it over to where it's actually playing music. And Flashdance, What a Feeling is also one of your classic 80s hit records and is following exactly the same pattern. All yesterday I was working on making this line register better with the kind of stuff that I'm trying to document. And let's see now. I can demonstrate what happens when it's like a track of mine that wasn't mixed using this same technique. And these folks were mixing stuff by ear. But that is my track Rise as mixed off of Console LA. I had it much too bright. And doing the best that I could, you can still plainly see that I'm getting a bunch of stuff wrong. And so the line does not break above the RMS curve. And these lines that register high frequencies are showing very, very clearly that I'm mixing it way the heck too bright. Yep. This is stuff that I'm working on. It's not out yet. This has not been released yet. It's been taking a lot of my work. One of the things I'd like to do is release this plugin as a clap, or possibly LV2, possibly even a VST2 if I can work out how to make the system spit it out. But what we see here is that on this thing that I mixed myself, we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on, but it's not being mixed right. And So the way that this line goes is the line starts peaking out when stuff is optimal and failing to peak out when it's not. And I'll be getting into the details when it's downloadable now, but I'm not being too clear on where you go and get it. You have to go to my GitHub page, to the project that is called Meter, and look under releases, because it's not ready to release. And so you can download it, but I'm not expecting to put stuff out. And there's a lot of things that I'm working on. A curious and interesting one. I did a bunch of Rolling Stones, and so that's amusing. The thing that I was going to do, I learned that console I had to update the meter to register more clearly with Rolling Stone songs like this one. This is Jumpin' Jack Flash, and one of the things about it is the reason that RMS meter is so heavy is that this song is extremely bassy. It is so bassy that it's kind of overwhelming the song. It's just a giant rumble, and the bass is way louder than everything else. And I did a test where I used Stonefire to take out the bass and got a really interesting result. And so then I tried Stonefire Comp, which isn't out yet, and found that I could do that, but it didn't do what I thought. So I'm going to reproduce what I had, because it should save the information there. And I told it to take this song, Jumpin' Jack Flash, in the same meter, but instead we've got it set like this. The airband is not pushed very much. Fireband is pushed a lot, and Stone is cut way back. It's taking low frequencies out. And when you do that, and when you listen to it, it does indeed sound like, oh my God, this has gone all 80s. This has gone and turned into a Mutt Lange production. It's got all of the energy of like Def Leppard or something. But it's also really crunchy, because cutting Stone that hard manipulates the sound in an aggressive way, which is why I was trying to do it with the compressor that's not out yet. And then I had to go and fix that, which is what you saw if you were looking at the SD card that I'm using. The goal here is to get the meter finished so that people can actually download it, and then start putting up evergreens. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open requests up to Patreon and have that be like the only thing where people are actually paying money on Patreon. The only special thing they get is to put energy into which songs to use for that. But the way the hit record meter is going is that I'm able to make it max out real good and go to the top of this chart for stuff that actually does register as hit record production. Mutt Lange is always very good at that, but so is Foreigner and a lot of other people. I've been struggling to do various things, like there's a song that I'd love to include here. Yeah, I mean, look at what that meter is doing as the song is blowing up. I think I've got this one uploaded. But again, this is Jumpin' Jack Flash, which is an extremely aggressive Rolling Stones song, with Stonefire making it be basically all mid-range. And when I did that and it turned out that it worked, I needed to redo the entire metering section. Oh God, look at it. It's going completely crazy. I needed to redo the entire metering section because it was not okay that it could only do that for stuff that was incredibly mid-range strident. Like, it's nice that as the song fades out, it basically blows up completely off the charts. But A, I had to doctor it using an Airwindows plugin to do that. And B, once I did, that's maybe a little too extreme, where you can get songs that I have not modified, like, for instance, Pink Floyd's Money. And as that plays, you will end up seeing the bass and guitar kick in. And pretty much from the word go, it is showing that balance of slew rate, peak energy, and I've now got it tied to zero cross energy. So the thing that is making the hit record meter go, and the hit record meter part is the part that is turning stuff to blue and then also making the spots larger if they are particularly good moments. And you'll see that in some of the metering. And what's going to happen is when I'm able to actually start putting this out, I would like to get to where I can put out a clap plugin for this as well. But a lot of other stuff is getting ready. For instance, here is a thing that I added recently. You can just barely see in the top corner here. That is a featureless button that doesn't really take over the interface or whatever, but that will reset the plugin. That will zero everything out, which is what you would want to do in a situation like this. A good moment for the big blobs is my combination of peak, not RMS, but peak energy, coinciding with a range of slew energy, slew meaning how fast it is going from sample to sample, and also scaled by zero cross spacing, which is the bottom meter, which is showing you how much extreme bass exists within the context of the overall mix. And you'll see completely different behavior for each of these, but they all tie together. And when they tie together, it registers as a intense, powerful, sonorous, energy-laden track. And when it doesn't register as those things. And there is a correlation between performing well on this meter and having a hit record. This is off of Dark Side of the Moon. This is definitively a hit record. And the way that it ties together is we have a particular behavior on all of these things. And when the guitar solo kicks in, that starts filling up the upper mid-range similarly to how Mutt Lange's productions would always do. And then you see it starting to take off. One aspect of a hit record seems to be that the sort of hype level continues to rise over the course of the song. There doesn't really end up being sections where that blue line, which is sort of overall hype level, just declines. That doesn't really happen. But bear in mind, not all hit songs have to do with hype level. I could play you Fleetwood Mac's Dreams, and that is an enormous hit song. But the vibe of that one is not, oh my god, excitement, explosiveness, everything is hype. The vibe of that is settling into a groove, and it still registers with this stuff. But none of it is really doing the thing where it's like, oh my god, it's really getting exciting now. A song that is not trying to be exciting won't actually ring this bell. And here we see that we have the solos. We had a saxophone solo here, and then the guitar solo kicks in. And then here is the guitar solo's quiet section. And you see the sort of hype level is dropping back, but it's not falling off a cliff. And then as it keeps on going, you'll see that the energy just takes off as the amplitude kicks up again, and it'll blow right past that the top of that meter again. That's more or less my metric for the stuff that absolutely blows up with hit record sound and sells a cajillion copies. And you can fake this to some extent, but it'll also depend upon what kind of noise you're making. Like one of the examples of stuff that registers high on this meter is the sound of rainfall, which I think there's a correlation between how that works and how our ears evolve to hear things. I believe that, as intelligent animals, our ears evolved eons ago to be able to hear sounds of danger through ambient noise such as rainfall. And it became extremely important to be able to do that, and so there is presumably our lizard brain, there is a activating force that comes out of being subjected to this kind of sound. There is also a correlation between, this particular combination of characteristics, and you can do a triangle wave and get into this zone. If your triangle wave is basically at about 2.53K, which is where our ears are most sensitive and also a little bit louder than that, or also a little bit higher than that. It's about the same frequency range as a baby's cry. And that's also another activating factor for our brains. All of these, it's like the sounds that do big numbers as far as giant platinum hits. And it even works a little bit with one-hit wonders. Check this out. You're probably glad to not hear this one, because if you do, you will hear it ever after. But just read the very top of the screen if you want to know what this one is. And that's basically the same deal. Like this one, that is not taking off as aggressively. That's not really a immediate explosion of hit record sound. It's just a guitar intro. We don't really remember the guitar intro, but almost immediately it's the groove of this song that is making it work, but that's also vocals showing up. And everything basically balances. It's, I believe, a Chuck Plotkin recording. He also worked with Bruce Springsteen. A lot of other people, too. Big producer there. And so Tommy Two-Tone here with the one hit. And this is the one hit. This is the one-hit wonder off of that album. Does a very good job of putting out a rock/pop song. It's not blowing off the top of the chart like some of the more exaggerated stuff, but it is thoroughly listenable and it never lets up. There's always something likable in the sound of this, and it's showing on the meter. It's just cruising along like that. So there's always something to like in the sound that's coming out. Here's another great example. I had this album and was very delighted. I ended up listening to this song a lot and loving it. It's REM Driver 8 of Fables of the Reconstruction. Same deal. This is not quite Def Leppard levels of hype. And you'll notice it also in the zero cross meter, because it's sitting roughly in the mid-range and it's not really delivering a wide range of sound. This is considered to be a darker album, and it is certainly not throwing a lot of the spikes on the slew meter that show the slew is blown through the top and is registering under here again. Instead, it just tends to be a little chill. The slew metering things here are a little bit lower than the peak energy metering things here. And to register as this, they have to balance, and they're doing a pretty darn good job though. But you see on the zero cross meter that it's a pretty dense soup of mid-range noise. And we can compare that fairly quickly with my classic example for Motown. Not the only one, mind you, but a classic example for Motown, where it pretty much immediately takes off. Even the intro guitars are sculpted. And this, of course, is a photograph by Def Leppard. And it's all about the hype. Everything about it is just all of the peak energy, the spikes on the front of notes. You'll see that the highs are very much in evidence. It's always doing something bright and aggressive, but it's not doing something so bright like my own track that I showed earlier, where it was just obliterating this section of the meter with all of this high frequency hash, which is the evidence of high frequency spikes going up beyond. Instead, this is more or less sitting there without having the high frequency spikes going too far. And this is how you do the multi-platinum thing. You'll also notice that because it is a wider range sound than the REM track, that is, people usually experience that as darker. And Def Leppard's photograph is full-on Mutt-Lange hyper-produced, so it's extremely bright and extremely bassy, and there's just all of the everything all over the place. An earlier version of this meter was set up to really peak out on this particular track and, 80s Def Leppard and stuff like that way more than everything else. And that's because I was not... You can see in the frequency range where the larger blue spots, which are the optimum balancing of all these things, are landing. And you can see that with your full-on Mutt-Lange production, it's all over the place. Although there's a lot of low-mid stuff going on that's balancing super well, it's not really sitting on these brighter sounds, which are closer up. These markings are 20 hertz, 200 hertz, 2K. And so we don't really have the ultra bright stuff. Sometimes we do, but a lot of the times we don't really have that peaking out as hard. It'll also show you what areas of the sound, whether it be the body of the sound, the drum hits. In this case, Def Leppard's drum hits do really well as far as being satisfying and fulfilling these criteria. And the slew, it's not lighting up all at the top range. If it lit up all at the top range, it would start to sound fatiguing, and this is designed to not sound fatiguing. Instead, it's sort of in the lower range. And again, that there is, of course, photograph. But the recent changes that I made everything work better for this other famous Mutt-Lange production, and believe this is one that I would not be able to play directly as a Evergreens, but it absolutely would be game for playing with content hide D in there so that you'd only get little bursts of it, but you'd be able to study what it did. This, of course, is You Shook Me All Night Long off of the album Back in Black. And this is where the new changes came into fruition, because before this point, that ACDC album did not blow the top off the chart like the Def Leppard one did, but I knew that it was comparable in popularity. So the fact that it wasn't pinging the meter as strongly seemed wrong. And it turned out it was very much because ACDC sound is typically just not as shrill, especially on this album. It's beefier, heavier, has more power to it, and the meter had to be adjusted to register that. Register low mid-range power rather than just screechiness. I've also got examples of measuring screechiness. For instance, between last week and this week, I was able to get a copy of Cheap Trick's record at Budokan. Now that is great fun as far as loud, abrasive rock and roll production. It really goes to the limit. I mean, they didn't have Mutt Lange for that, but they didn't really need it. They were pushing, their own sound, and it was comparable. Cheap Trick is a very compressed sound. Cheap Trick is a really good example of studio compression. But this is a really good example of ACDC doing exactly the same thing that you saw the Def Leppard track do, which is the hype of the song never declines until the end. And Mutt Lange was here for this album, producing it, although they were not Def Leppard, so ACDC didn't really let him push them around. But they clearly did listen when he was like, yeah, you need to end the song strong. We do not decline. Instead, we go out on a peak. And that is literally what they do. Sometimes to do things like this, what you do is you bring in additional instrumentation, or everybody just sings louder in the final chorus, or that kind of thing. And it's exactly the same behavior. It's exactly the same behavior of you have your sound, and then the sound just continues to get denser and more intense and more lively, more hype as you go. And that is what produces a hit record sound, is not only this behavior, but also where you do it. And do you have this line constantly rising throughout the entire course of the song? Because it can't ping up to here instantly. It takes a while. It takes a long time to build. Let's see. I wanted to, in fact, go and... Here's a beautiful example. Cheap Trick Surrender. I enjoyed the heck out of capturing this record. And yeah, I wouldn't be sitting on this for so long if it wasn't for the fact that this meter is out for testing purposes. And if you can find your way to my GitHub and then go to meter and then go to most recent release, I'm pretty sure I have literally this version of it available to download. I have also put out the call to Sudara, who made Pample Juice, which this is based on. And I'm going to see whether we can't get a clap and maybe even a VST2, which would be funny as heck for me. Notice the difference between the ACDC and this. Cheap Trick runs a lot brighter. So as you burst into this kind of stuff, we've got a lot of loud peaks on the drums and things. But also this area where everything kicks in, this is above 200 hertz. Some of it is almost all the way up to 2K, and it's still registering on this meter. Now, I love Cheap Trick, but you can see that it's not quite AC/DC, which it's no crime to not be quite AC/DC, and it's also not quite Def Leppard. This is a live performance, although it may have had overdubs and things stuck in it as well. But you can see as they start ramping up and increasing the energy, they're sort of cruising through this section. When I do Evergreen's videos, they will either be the straight audio, or they will have content ID if the audio is blocked. So you'll still be able to hear little bursts of it, and then it'll have my commentary across the top in my my text, which I'll have like a typed commentary, but I won't be talking over it because the purpose will be for you to literally hear what this sound is, because people are not used to hearing what this sound is. This is pre-CD. This is back in the day when stuff was mixed to sort of get the most out of this kind of tonality. And then there were eras where it just kind of peaked out. There was a maximum time for this kind of thing. Hey, Crappy Blonde. And then it went into, I'm enjoying my bitey coffee, and there's a little bit more cinnamon and cayenne in this one, which I'm probably going to continue throughout the day, because after I have my fun of showing videos and getting warmed up talking, what I'm going to do is jump into the coding and work on the Wolfbot, which is the plugin version of Wolfbox. So watch what this does. This in this, the band, and Muttland probably would have warned them about this. This is the song Surrender. So after they do their chorus, they go, and that's this section. Nobody's singing, there's no guitar solos, and so the energy drops. I can run Smells Like Teen Spirit through it right now while you watch. I don't have Enter Sandman, though. Some of this stuff I would really like to have that on vinyl record. I'd much rather have Smells Like Teen Spirit on vinyl record, but I can run that through you now while you watch. I have a CD version of Smells Like Teen Spirit, and it will indeed show you very similar things to this. But yeah, so here is Cheap Trick's Surrender from at Budokan. And here's their final, like, Mommy's all right, Daddy's all right, Rick's all right, Bunny's all right, we're all right, we're all right. And that's how that one ends. Well, CD is not actually fine too, because I am pretty sure CD is going to underperform here, but it will still show you the basic thing. And so there you are. Cheap Trick at Budokan. They end with a banger, and the energy rises, and that's what it shows on the meter. Let me go directly to what I told you I would do. Do I have it in here? No, I don't, but I can get it. Check this out. I'm just going to go to not stream audio, not select dash verbs. I'm going to find my way around this. Not upcoming, although I could show you stuff that's going to come out. It's going to be, let's see, let's find it. It was going to be Evergreen's examples. So this is one of my examples. This is off of the CD and not altered from what was off of the CD. And the last time I played this on stream, I actually didn't have some of these things having to do with the meter up and running. Well, if you had the vinyl record, I bet it wouldn't be doing this stuff along the bottom. See that? See the black spikes? That's high frequencies. The CD is going to be louder as a rule. And in fact, it's also showing on the zero cross meter. It's showing as that's a bunch of energy in there, which is maybe not optimal. And I think that is because the CD is generally brighter, more brittle, but it is still, you can see on the meter that Dave Grohl's drums are continuing to represent, those spikes are typically drum beats. And then as it starts to kick in, you notice it's also getting louder, but that's also a factor of it being brighter. And it's still doing a darn good job of maximizing everything. In fact, you could almost target this. It's just that you could probably do better than this by pulling back the brightness just a bit. It wouldn't take much. It really wouldn't take much. Again, I was playing one of my tracks earlier, and the spikes in the slew meter section were just blowing completely beyond any of that. And so I was mixing distinctly brighter than Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit, which is a professionally mixed thing, and it's certainly bright. So this is the CD version. And you will also notice that as it's doing verses, those spikes are typically part of the snare or perhaps the kick drum. Even when the music is actually playing and you can hear it, it's not that obvious as to which is which, but it's typically associated with the drum. It's typically an additional impact on the drum, which doesn't mean that that's optimal. It might be pushing a little bit harder than you don't need as much of a spike as that. Yeah, the snare would be thicker if it wasn't throwing that high frequency spike in there. But it's, like an Andy Wallace mix and stuff. It's modern sounding. Having stuff push into this range is what makes things modern sounding. And again, one of the things to note is that a band like Nirvana, run by Kurt Cobain, this is not somebody who would listen to a producer saying, yeah, you need to have the energy ramping up entirely across the course of the song. And yet what you can see is that there are these big jumps as stuff hits. That's going to be, I'm not exactly sure what just happened there, but it was a sonic event that really hit the meters quite hard, and it's going into the final chorus. So, and then as it goes out, look at what's happening in the zero cross meter down here, where it was originally just having the good moments being between 220 hertz down there. As it starts to go out, they start to light up. Yeah, the last vamp before the chorus. It starts to light up into the upper mid-range. That is singing, that is guitars, that is drums. That's a lot of things projecting and pushing harder. And yeah, I feel that if I had the original vinyl, because this is of a time when CDs certainly existed, but you could also get stuff on vinyl. And then the end fade leaves you wanting more. And it leaves you wanting more by that hype factor being heightened through the sounds of the sustaining guitars and the final screams of Kurt Cobain hitting that blend right up in the upper mid-range. It's actually not upper mid-range, but the zero cross meter sort of covers the combination of all the mid-ranges, including the sustain of the bass. So it's nothing ever really goes up to 2K unless it's really abrasive. You kind of don't want that. But that's probably optimal fade out for sustaining chord. It's really hard to get a sound that is more like, I have to hear that again. This is the sustain of those guitars that have been playing throughout, and clearly I need to hear more of them. I need to hear more of that. Interestingly, there's other stuff that does likewise, although it might be a fine time for me to move on. I do remember that one of the things that I was going to do when I brought this is a beautiful example of all this. I am hoping like heck I get to put this one through, play it, and have the audio play full through, because I'd like people to be able to hear this. But this is, of course, Journeys Don't Stop Believing, and it shows a behavior where this is Journey off of vinyl, yes. You can tell because it's so quiet. I could show you something I recorded just this morning, which is mind-blowing. I did Vangelis. Vangelis Chariots of Fire is exactly the same recording system used for Blade Runner. Chariots of Fire is 1981, Blade Runner is 1982. It didn't come out in 1982, but Chariots of Fire did. So we have a vinyl copy of the Blade Runner sound system and mixing system. Basically, and the style of music is very different, but the orchestration and the synthesizers he had available are exactly the same. And it is astonishing. For one, it is this kind of amazing hit record sound. Again, this is Journey doing their thing. And in this case, you can see where Steve Perry sings by the explosion of those blue dots, meaning perfect moments. Perfectly balanced. In particular, if it's something like this, that's definitely a vocal showing up over here where the pointer is. That's clearly a vocal. And this only improved as I brought bass into the picture. Similarly to the way that the Pink Floyd track Money was not registering. I don't, but I mean, one of the things I'm going to be doing is opening this up to patrons and also people watching the live stream and taking requests, and I'll give the list of what I've got. But since you don't see all of the list, go ahead and ask for anything for me to show you, and I'll just keep talking my way through it. Because on the live stream, I don't want the stream to get knocked off the internet by copyright claims, but I can do this all day long. And the same thing that I mentioned before, to get a mega ultra hit record, what you do is you do your arrangement so that that line, the sort of hype line, doesn't decline. Instead, it stays where it's at or rises at all times, no matter what, to the end of the song. And they don't all do it, but this is a true evergreen. And you can see that as it goes, it continues to rise, even though it doesn't go to like Def Leppard levels of hype. It has not fallen off from beginning to end. In fact, as it goes into the fade, it's arcing up to the highest peak that it's been throughout the entire song. And then once it fades out, down it goes again. But that qualifies as hit record behavior. I don't have any foreplay, although I do have the guy that initially did Higher Ground. You want to see something amusing? This originally was one of my highest peaking albums of all, and it still does quite well, even though it's been compensated, so now we can also register stuff with more bass. Stevie Wonder, Signed, Sealed, Delivered. Have you ever heard that song? Yeah, so if you know this, now you're seeing it. And it's an older track, it's a Motown track, so it has the Motown band on it. And it's got a bunch of backing singers with great enthusiasm and energy. And the whole thing just sort of explodes off of the vinyl. You'll notice how much peak energy is happening compared to the RMS energy. And this also is vinyl, yep. Unless mentioned otherwise, literally all of this is vinyl. And then as you start kicking in, see, Motown was smart enough to do some of the things I mentioned as far as doing hit record sound and managing the hype. Motown would bring in things like a tambourine in the last chorus. Motown would bring in percussion on the last verse. What, with all the vinyl? I've always had vinyl. I'm old. Come on. I'm 55 years old. A lot of the vinyl that I've had, I have carried with me throughout my entire life. Granted, that is a challenging thing. Not everybody is able to do that kind of stuff anymore. I sympathize. That's why I'm trying to make computers able to deliver this kind of stuff. Imagine carrying around vinyl and also a full recording studio. This sort of thing used to be much harder to do. It should become much easier to do. But you can notice as this keeps moving along, this follows that rule of the general energy and hype level never declines, ever. It does not, maybe it wavers a little bit. But you'll notice as that moving line keeps going, it is always registering a little higher than it was 1 minute ago. And that is key. That is key to the hit record making process. If you're going to do a song which is like, yep, this is my hit song, it's my million seller, you put it on and then you just can't turn it off, and then you want to listen to it again once it's over. And this is how that is done. Motown was doing this back in the day. This is definitely not 70s or 80s. And there we are, and here's our fade. And so that line, which is measuring the amount of this blue crap all over the place, and the blue crap is the combination of peak energy, slew energy, and where the zero crossing is in that window of time. It's all being done in RMS windows. And these three things have to balance out in order to maximize this. And it shows you where the feel of it is. Like if all the super bright, if all the intense blue dots were like way up at the top edge here, that would be more energetic. But if it's just a sea of that, you don't hear the drums as much. We have a really nice blend of this. And then with this, you also note that unlike things like Dark Side of the Moon, with the Stevie Wonder, the super energetic parts, the parts that you really notice, are way up into the mid-range. This dot is almost up at 2K. So it's a really aggressive sounding record compared to some. It's really, bright. If there wasn't this lower frequency stuff, it would be pretty hard to take. Some of the Muttland stuff is maybe a little hard to take. And one of the things that you hear in that is the projection. The vocal projection is doing it. Oh, I was also doing a whole bunch of Rolling Stones. Some of them I had to put together from bits because they wouldn't play through all the way, and I had to go and edit out all of these skips and things. It was rather tiresome. Sympathy for the Devil is a hit record, and we'll see it build over the course of that track. And me playing that Motown track is also interesting because one of my projects for today, once I kick into that, is to work on the Wolfbox plugin. But notice the difference between this and the Stevie Wonder on the bottom meter, which is the zero cross meter. Stevie Wonder, the zero cross is extremely intense up in the upper mid-range. This, it's all about low frequencies. There is a weight to everything. All of this stuff down here means that as they get rolling, the bass and the drums, the solidity and weight of it is carrying things. But then as Mick Jagger starts to project, we start seeing stuff jumping out up here. And you're going to notice when the guitar solo kicks in, it just rips off the upper mid-range and blows up. But this is another example of a hit record sound where, and it's not complete. I'm pretty sure that there are parts where the energy drops, but this is not really a energy drops type of song. Sympathy for the Devil is not really an energy drops type of song. Energy more or less just keeps building and never really lets up. And we're only a third of the way into the song, but a lot of this is being carried by Mick's vocal performance. That is a primary sound, but there is also a lot of it being carried by all that percussion. It's got all of those bongos and shakers and things, and people going woo, 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 woo. And it's all combining into this sound that is really tough to shut off. It just keeps building. The vocal intensity keeps building across the course of the song as well. Like, the more the singer projects, the more this will tend to light up. There are exceptions. I did a Three Dog Night song that I thought was going to light up much more, but it was Joy to the World by Three Dog Night, and it didn't actually light up all that much. Possibly because it's a 1970 record. And so we're probably going to be... No, this is the literal Rolling Stone song. This is one of those songs where we will see it bust off the top of that chart, probably when the guitar solo kicks in. And off we go into the stratosphere. The hype levels of this song are literally off the charts. It's going to be interesting to me as I continue to discover these, because as I keep evolving the way the meter registers stuff and keep refining it so that it covers things like Dark Side of the Moon correctly and so on. If you have a meter that only likes Mutt Lange but it doesn't like Dark Side of the Moon, you're missing something. But this one, it is able to register something like Dark Side, but it's also able to register this as a extraordinary peak in hit recordness, which is entirely accurate. And that is because this song is so full of energetic sounds happening, vocal projection, and just groove. I do not think I'm going to be able to make the new metering plugin have a screen reader support. I don't think I could transfer this into words. And I'm not the one who did that. I know who could. Paul of the Surge Synth project. But I don't believe I can do that. This is literally a picture. It is literally the use of a plugin to convert records and stuff into a picture that represents hit record hype. And you notice it is dropping at this point, but that's because the peak was... I don't know, this is the guitar. And then off it goes. Even as it drops back from these heights, it is escalating back up into those heights again. It is one heck of a hype song without even having an SSL console. You don't have to have the 80s console to make these sounds. You have to be able to make the sounds. And so one of the things that happened as the 80s consoles took over was they had the ability to give you a lot of really sculpted boosts and things, and that's what people did. And it effortlessly, well, not effortlessly, you still had to do the performances, but they were able to single out and highlight all of this kind of stuff. But back in the day, you just had really good recordings of human beings. And so the outro of Sympathy for the Devil is all of the energy all at once, everything going to the top, the guitar solo re-enters again. And yeah, the trick is not to what I would say, I won't be able to make the metering plugin do that. But that is also a purpose of me putting out evergreens. And that's going to happen as soon as this meter plugin is actually able for people to get. But in so doing, I will also be putting out stuff on the Airwindows channel that you can listen to. That is going to be kind of better. Like here is another cute thing. Here is an 80s track I just recorded literally this morning. It is Steve Perry. It is No Sympathy for the Devil. But you'll notice that, you'll notice a number of things. One of them is that the slew rate stuff is a little bit under the RMS and peak. See, the cloud here is slews. The cloud here is peaks. If the slews aren't matching the peaks, then it's not really optimal. But as soon as Steve Perry sings, there you go. This is Steve Perry beginning to sing. And that is why he was the star, and this was his solo album. And he did the album in such a way as to maximize on his own star quality, and so that's how that works, is the bursts of star quality there represent him singing. And you don't really have that many things which is the bursts of energy represent the guitar solo. It still kind of is. He was having to compensate for not having Neil Schon, so he had to get really good guitar players in, and let them showcase to some extent. But one of the things that's going on here is that it is showing that this is unlike Sympathy for the Devil. It is showing that this is all about the singer and not really about the band. You have some of that energy going on, yes. But it is really centered around when he starts to sing. Yeah, the metering is showing RMS value. It is showing peak energy. It is showing slew related to the RMS energy as a reference point, and it is showing how much zero cross energy was there. And I'm honestly kind of frowning on the idea of trying to make the pictures of the meter go into, I mean, this is not to say that you couldn't put a waveform over the note going up or down. That could even be an amusing thought, although I'm skeptical. Thing is, like, if you needed to be turned back into sound, this is only registering stuff having to do with sound anyway. I don't think a blind person would necessarily have that big of a problem mastering this. I don't think there's that much that I can show them visually that they wouldn't be able to hear with a heightened auditory sense and the ability to listen to stuff properly. Like, I really don't need to make a meter for showing this. What I would need to do is like put up on YouTube a bunch of reference tracks and go, listen to this, knowing that you don't want the peak energy all to be clipped off. And see, there it goes. That was the end of that song, and that is as much hit recordness as it was able to get. If it was a tone tied to this, it would have risen up into about the mid-range, and all that would really tell you is, yeah, it was kind of a hit. Which it was kind of a hit. There's plenty of other stuff where it doesn't even, it's not really about being that kind of hit at all. Here, this is kind of fun. We'll throw on, I'm frustrated, but I don't know how to solve that one for you. the whole point of this exercise is being able to translate these things into visual terms that you don't otherwise get. So this is the Kinks Victoria, which is one of the highlights of the Kinks' entire career, was their album Arthur. Non-Kinks fans maybe don't know that much about it, but Kinks fans absolutely know about the album Arthur. And Victoria, Shangri-La, the lead songs on either side of the album, really register as this is some of the most spectacular Kinks music. And you do still notice that it tends to be a little saturated. Kinks always were a little distorted, sometimes very distorted. This is not nearly as distorted, but it saturates and clips a little bit. The super hot peaks aren't always as hot, but you'll notice that they are showing up. And on this album, you have exactly that same behavior I told you about, but it almost immediately gets off to an extremely good start and then never lets up. And if you've never heard this song, go and find it and listen to it. Go and find the album. Funnily enough, it seems to be not drawing the bottom, removing this part. That's probably fine, but yeah, that's cool. I'll live with it. Part of this process is figuring out how to make these lines and drawings and things work properly, which can be, days of work. But remember how I played ACDC and Def Leppard and stuff? Well, you don't necessarily have to be 80s to do this kind, or indeed, Sympathy for the Devil. Well, what you hear with this band hitting their highest peaks is that as they go to full crank and the entire band is rocking out, you get the RMS meter pushing up to that maximum amount almost at all times. You don't even really see the drums, although you sure hear them. But the drums are not poking out like in 80s tracks. They're blended in. And it lifts and falls. It doesn't really do the hit record thing of it may never fall ever. They do let you breathe. But then as you go into the final choruses, it's doing that thing of just bursting out to the maximum possible extent. And they're hitting peaks as high as the greatest of the Rolling Stones, the highest, the greatest of Def Leppard or ACDC on this meter, because this is Victoria, one of the biggest and most awesome songs on their most awesome album at the most awesome time of like the 70s, where you could really push this kind of stuff. And that's what you get. Any Kinks fan who's a serious Kink fan would agree with what this meter is telling you. What is said about this album is that it's incredibly creative. It's just after, they did Village Green Preservation Society inspired by Sgt. Pepper. And they tried to get very creative with Village Green Preservation Society, although it wasn't really tied together. And then they did a concept album about just an Englishman, Arthur, this guy, just a regular old Englishman guy in England. And this is it. And it is said that the songs all start in different ways. Like She Bought a Hat for, like Princess Marina's, starts with harpsichords and things. But then they all end up with just great bopping rock, which is literally a good description of what they did. And it measures like this on the hit record meter, and it measured like that as far as people considering this to be one of the high points of the Kinks' entire career. It's not a controversial statement. Everybody loves Arthur. Everybody loved this album. Probably people who don't even know about the Kinks like this album. Although there's much earlier albums like God, I'm not enough of a Kinks fan. I don't remember the name of the album. But this is Waterloo Sunset, which is one of their biggest hits. And it sort of gets going, but you'll see it does a fairly similar thing of just kind of taking off. Yeah, it's interesting, Florian, you mentioning that kind of stuff, because that would be a very interesting thing to do. I just don't know how I could do it. Like, what do you say on a point-by-point basis to describe this verbally? I can describe some of it by looking at it, but I do not have the ability to do a picture interpreter thing that will then go and say a lot of the more lightly colored black dots that are really faint are sitting below the lightly colored black dots in the top meter, meaning that the bassiness of this sound is going to be somewhat greater, but it's all more or less sitting in the same register according to the zero cross meter. It's like I can make stuff like that and interpret what registers as the most intense dot. I can track the level of hype over time, but I can't articulate that and turn it back into words as easily. I'm going to have to do it, mind you, but I don't have code that could look at these pictures knowing what I know and be able to interpret and explain it. Florian, do you know of any kind of meter, with or without any of this, that could tell you like the peaks are like this relative to the RMS? Because I feel like that is a complete non-starter. Like there is no way that you can have a talking meter that would give you any useful information as far as this is what the RMS is doing, this is what the peaks are doing, because there's too many of these little dots. You can't do a spoken message for each one of these little dots. It's completely overwhelming. Also, notice how Waterloo Sunset is also showing hit record behavior, which it was. It's one of their great songs. And it shows pretty clearly that it peaks out where all of that stuff is going on. And it looks kind of like a starry sky of hit record points there. Across the full range, too. It's not all about bassiness. Yeah, essentially what I've done with this is throw even more multiple moving parameters in such a way that you can visually scan across them and interpret them. And it's all based on, see the challenge there. And this is why I hope that vision impaired people might be in with a chance of knowing what to refer to. People say that you can't hear peak energy, but you really can. And in fact, that's what people key off of for is something a hit record or not. Let's get another thing going while I'm talking, because it's an interesting topic. Here is Vangelis using the same exact system that was used for Blade Runner. But this is the Chariots of Fire Titleist, which was in its own right a hit. That's the thing, is in order to get something like this rolling, all it's doing is converting something from the audio range into a visual range for people who, quote unquote, can't hear peak energy. But we know that peak energy is extremely important because that's literally what all of this is registering off of. Everything that I'm measuring here is using the same energy that people routinely clip and limit off in order to make this gray area as loud as possible. And in so doing, they're making a horrible mistake, and that's the whole problem. And I doubt I could work with Stevie. I mean, if he wants to ring me up. But it would take some believing as to whether that would even be a thing. But what I'm basically doing is trying to give people a way to use their eyes to dial in the kinds of noises that they would need to make in order to have optimal noises. And some of those things, like, I can hear some of this stuff. I'm no Stevie Wonder, but I can hear some of these things. You can hear peak energy when it's being expressed as sonority. This is why I've flipped out so much over the existence of the plugin Soothe and the plugin Gullfoss and all those plugins whose purpose it is to make resonant peaks go away. They're destroying the ability to do this. What you're seeing here is the Chariots of Fire opening themes. And what you're hearing is Yamaha CS80s in classic Lexicon. Either it would be Lexicon reverbs or plates or who knows what, but the same reverb found on Blade Runner. And all of this stuff, and what we see is that it produces a sound picture where things very much go into what I call sonority. And you can hear the difference between like a French horn making a note that just rings out like crazy and goes through you versus like a Casio tone pretending to do the same thing. There's a big difference between the sonority of a note expanding outwards and just sitting there not being anything. It would be like the difference between a real CS80 and like one of those little itty bitty ones that you can buy, where it's doing the same basic style of noise. It's just that the resonance and intensity of the real one is way off the charts compared to, or like a real loud guitar amplifier compared with a in-the-box plug-in guitar amplifier. What you're going to lose is the ability for those resonant peaks to spike way up. And that's what this meter shows. And you can see that as Vangelis is using his Yamaha CS80s to do the theme of Chariots of Fire, it's doing a lot of stuff like that. And it doesn't need synthesizers either. Check this out. Let's see. What's the guy's name? Barry White. That's going to be under B. Over here. I might have shown this, I might have not. So this is a literal string section. The reason it's all showing up over here, up in the top of this, up to about 2K or so, is that it is literally violins going without anything else playing. So this is largely just the violin intro. And then the band comes in after here, and the band is a disco band, and they have a good sound going on. Also, they're surprisingly bright for this long ago. And it is certainly lighting up the hit record chart, but I'm going to stop it before it quite wraps around so that I can talk a little bit about that intro. Because it does indeed build all the way through. The hit record qualities of it continue to rise as it goes. But what gets us off to a big start is literal strings doing a rising note up to a high peak, a fortissimo, of string section alone, playing like individual notes, not a big chord. Just, and you see the way that the peak energy, which is shown here, coincides with the slew energy, which is peaking out almost as much as, it's throwing a little bit of extra highs in here, more than you normally would have. And the zero cross is showing what the notes actually are that are being played. You almost see it showing as the line being played up to a high note. And then immediately moves over to full band with also strings playing at the same time. But here you see also in these horizontal lines that barely register, that's because they're playing a chord. The strings are playing a chord here. And that chord is showing up in the zero crosses as bands of sort of rough, sketchy looking stuff in here. But a string section, a symphony orchestra, also shows this. You mentioned Quincy. I don't have Quincy Jones per se, but what I do have is some Count Basie. So this is classic swing music. This is Count Basie, who is playing piano, and he has a full band of horns and drums and bass, and there's a little guitar, and it is exactly the same as a swing band in that you kind of don't hear the bass, and the drums sound about 50 feet away and just rumble and go whoof, and you can't hear the guitar at all. That is the swing sound. And yet, as Count Basie's band ramps up in Jumpin' at the Woodside, and I'm absolutely looking forward to doing this as one of the evergreens. I think I can probably get away with it, and I'm probably not going to be knocked off in content ID'd for it. I could be wrong, but I can probably play this, and I'm looking forward to it immensely, because look what happened over here. The fortissimo horns play in riffs, and they are as tight as the Tower of Power or more so. Swing bands were really good at playing horns. That's what it does. That's what this does. They get loud like this, and that's what it looks like. And that's what the balance between peak energy and slew energy looks like off of loud horns. That sonority is what you listen for. You don't have to have a meter to do it. It's just that these days you need to have a meter to remind people that that exists. But you don't have to have a meter to do this. You can listen for it. If you're particularly good at listening, because maybe that is one of the senses that you focus on, then it should be more possible to zero in on that. But you learn how that works by falling in love with the kinds of music that highlight it. And this would be one of them. You got the full Count Basie band going, all that kind of stuff. Swing music. And it's being accentuated by drums, but it is not actually louder than the drums. The drums are kind of masked. They're kind of buried in there. And the drama of it, whenever you see those spikes of blue right up at the top of the dynamic range, and this is a spectacular level of dynamic range, by the way, although not as spectacular as some of the synthesizer stuff, I must say. Some of the synthesizer stuff is really, like I could show you the Vangelis side B of Chariots of Fire, and probably should. But this is Count Basie, and I'm going to try to do that as a evergreens as well. Because this is the sound, and you'll note, I think it is a combination of our ears evolving to hear stuff through background noise like rain in order to survive, and also our ears being more alerted, our brains are more alerted when we hear the sound of projection, of amplitude over physical space. And that's another thing that a swing band does is a swing band is not being mic'd up with just all multi-miking and stuff. It is showing the sonority of this full band blasting away with all of the horns and stuff playing as loud as they can, because it's a swing band. There are no amplifiers. There are no PA systems. It's a swing band. If you're going to fill an entire ballroom and have people freaking out and jumping up and down, which they did in their day, you had to really punch it. You had to push really hard. And the drums played really loud. The guitar player, you can't hear it all. The guitar player, like, this is quite funny. Swing bands used these. This is our Harmony Broadway archtop. Now you'll notice that distorted. So I'm going to move to the back of the room. And it's still distorted. And so I'm going to move out of the hallway. You can barely hear these things over the swing band. It's nuts. Anytime you got a recording of a band like Count Basie, you would have that going on. And you can even hear it in Jumpin' at the Woodside. Some of the quieter parts, like this bit here, it's dropped down to just sort of like, I'm sorry, let me put it back. This bit here, it's dropping down to like just the bass and a hi-hat, and then you've also got one of those guitars. Not necessarily the exact brand, but it's going to be an archtop, and it's going to be one of those guitars, and you can just barely hear it over the string bass and stuff like that. You can just barely hear it. And then the next thing you know, the horns kick in and boom, we're blowing the top off of everything again. That gives you a sense of how loud these bands were. These bands were loud, loud, loud. Really impressively loud. Oh, I've also got, so I don't remember what this one sounds like. Benny Goodman. Also a swing band. So Benny Goodman riding high off of one of his classic records. I'm not exactly sure which. I'm not that much of a swing band expert. I stumbled across some of these more recently, and we have exactly the same behavior. The horns kick in, and those fortissimo horn passages, bam, they're just hitting really, really, really hard. And I look forward very much to putting some of these out as evergreens. And what that'll mean for Florian is use this as a sonic reference of the kinds of sounds you're supposed to get. Make your sounds act like these sounds, because they're not going to be like bright and post-2000s. Well, actually, come to think of it, maybe that will become the new post-2000s, but they're not going to sound like post-90s bright digital recordings, because these things all use air and physical space in the recording. This is typically all just put up a mic. This particular one, if I remember correctly, was off of an album where it's a collection of live broadcasts. So it looks interesting. You can also see how much high frequency energy is in there by those black spikes in the slew meter. You can see that it's doing its hit record thing fairly well. But what you don't necessarily see, but you can kind of make it out when you look at the top meter and the grayness of the RMS, is it is a very dense, saturated kind of sound. it sounds very like pre-60s, because it is. It's like 1930s or 40s. And so it sounds kind of like old gramophones. And yet it's still hitting these points. What we don't get is a lot of wild energy all around this area. Instead, we have the peaks are basically, the most intense peaks are backed up by high frequencies, slew, enough to register on this, but we don't get a cloud of additional high frequencies hovering around because the whole thing is darker than that. And it sounds it, but it's still able to apology accepted. Let me get along to that. And yeah, you can see how Benny Goodman also managed to get to a hit record level. And let's bounce over to that. That seems a worthwhile thing to do. I got 12 people watching. Absolutely is a fine thing to do. I need to update that picture and figure out a better picture. I can give you a link that should work on into the future to even. So if you go to there, hopefully that'll work. This is the most recent release. And on that note, I wonder whether, unless anybody has further requests for, yeah, pretty much. I did a bunch of Credence, which is a personal favorite. Ramble Tamble is interesting because that's one of those ones that it does the hit record constantly building all the way through to the end. I did a bunch of U2. I did Spyro Gyra Morning Dance just to see. I bought that record fairly recently. Just knowing that, like, okay, so that's very cheesy, but it was also a hit in its own way. I don't know if I have that record. These are the records that I've got. By now, it's a pretty good list. I have a whole bunch of Beatles that you can't hear. But we have the classic hit record profile. And the Beatles kick into Birthday, such as they are doing here, you immediately know it. And in fact, a lot of their stuff really, one of the things about the Beatles of this era is the sonority and ability to really focus in on that kind of behavior was extremely striking. So you can have them launch into Birthday, and everything that they're doing is more or less optimizing for hit record sound. And they're even not throwing too many high frequencies in. You can see the little spikes in the slew area. Those little spikes are not all that great. And in fact, on Sgt. Pepper's, they have it even smoother. And yeah, apparently the Beatles' White Album is a hit record. Who knew? At least this chart is saying so very loudly. It's saying, you know what? Maybe you should listen to these Beatles kids. They're not half bad. Maybe this is a good rock song. Oh, I don't have Porgy and Bess. I'd like to have more Miles Davis. But yeah, so the Beatles get their hit record status and come by it pretty honest. They have the capacity of making continuing music that just rises to this point and stays there. Yep, the birthday, you would call that high energy, yeah. Interestingly, if I remember correctly, ACDC worked with Mutt Lange before Back in Black. I'm pretty sure that is the case. I'm going to run and grab the record and have a look. Hey, Jonathan. We're doing a sort of morning takeoff of this stuff. Yeah. So here is that record. And it's actually produced by Vanda and Young, though. Yeah, so this is actually before that. This is purely a Vanda and Young production, and it is still zeroing in on that sound. In particular, Bon Scott is very good at the rock vocals, and their guitars are already zeroing in on that sound. Again, this can be interpreted as sonority. This can be interpreted as projection. ACDC would call it balls. It is pushing the intensity of the expression to the absolute limit. And so the thing that they lacked at this point, what is different from this as from, say, Back in Black or For Those About to Rock, is that when they're doing this, and I have an even better example, they can go to pretty much the same degree of hit record sound, but a lot of the energy is sitting up here. A lot of their energy is sitting up in the mid-range. It's over 200 hertz. It's still less than 2K, and that makes the sound abrasive. It makes the sound aggressive. And that's not it's ACDC, that's correct. They ended up stepping away from Mutt Lange exactly for that reason, as he softened their sound up too much, and they gave away some of the hit recordness for the purpose of being more true to their aim. But what you see in, like, when they're really blasting and this is going on, and everything is really bright, everything is above this line. That's not the way it is with the Mutt Lange stuff. Although Def Leppard got up here quite a lot, but ACDC tended to be beefier in the hands of Mutt Lange. Here's an even better example. This is, in fact, normalized. This is Let There Be Rock. ACDC's Let There Be Rock off of the album of the same name is damned overwhelming. It is unbelievably, exhaustingly high energy. It's hard to have anything be more hype than this. Trouble is, here's why it ran into trouble selling as well as like Back in Black. It has all the hype. This is dropping into the thing where it's like, I can't Bon Scott, so I'm not going to try. This is where the guitars have dropped out. And it's just Bon Scott singing. And then he goes, Let There Be Rock, and the guitars go down and down, 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 down. And you can see where the guitars come in. They come in really hot. Look at how much high frequencies there are when this hits. And it just, I think this is a guitar thing, like billy-ding, all highs. You can see over here how they're throwing even more highs to the point where it's no longer registering in the hit record sound anymore because it's just too loud. And they keep walking this fine line between going way too far, like this is as loud as it gets and is really exhaustingly, like if the entire thing was like this, nobody would want to listen to it. And we've dropped back to the Bond Scott only section again. But this is ACDC pushing as hard as they can. And the problem with this sound is not that it lacks hype, but that it is so exhausting. And all the intensity of this stuff is sitting above this 200 hertz line, where normally you want the combination of all of the sounds to not be up in the upper mid-range. You're normally supposed to feel the combination of sounds, including things like bass and the bass guitar and drums and things. And Mutt Lange brought in weight and heaviness. With this track, when they drop back into the singing and just over drum vamp, that's when the lows come in. And it makes it a lot more listenable. And when they have those, the walls of chords coming in, they're very impressive. They're very intense. And then there's still some roundness around there. But then as they keep blasting, yeah, you get moments like this. That is as loud as they get, but it's not particularly nice sounding. It's just too much. And now we probably got a guitar solo. And again, my point being with this one, if you're familiar with it, and one thing I will be able to do if I do a Evergreens on this, is I'll be able to use content hide D so you can get a little burst periodically, like little snippets every few seconds, of what they sound like as they are doing that. And that's enough of a reference, I think, because it'll be really obvious, like, oh my God, is that a lot of loud mid-range? Is that a lot of loud mid-range and high frequencies? Here we're getting towards the end. I mean, look at what's happening up here. They are so loud and bright that there's almost nothing below this line at all. And in order to have a hit record, you can't have all your energy be up here. It's exhausting. It hurts. This record rocks so hard it hurts. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but if you want to sell, or if you want people to continue to listen to your music, well, you might want to think about that one. We can even see how it's starting to lose those blue spots of maximum sonority because it's just too bright and intense. They're going beyond the sweet spot into the zone of, okay, now this just hurts. I'm tired of this now. And that's what's happening with the line as well. The line has been hovering up around maximum hype, but you can't really sustain maximum hype at this level. Maybe at a live show. You can't really sustain the maximum hype by just being as loud as you possibly can. It's completely and totally exhausting. And that's what's happening here. The final fade is basically just guitar sustains off the charts. And that guitar sound is too bright. that guitar sounds needs to be darker and have more weight to it. Does Powerage sound like Let There Be Rock? Because we're looking at Let There Be Rock. I would love to have a copy of that record, believe me. I don't, but I'd love to have it. And just for fun, before I go and I'm going to go and, I don't know, cough for a while and make another cup of coffee. And take a break. But before I do that, look at this. I get stuff in my lungs and have to cough them out. Until I do, I feel uncomfortable. So I'm going to put on something you can actually hear after this. But this is literally Chuck Berry off of an old Greatest Hits record. This is the song Johnny Be Good. This is what inspired, like, the Rolling Stones. This is what inspired all of those guys. This is Chuck Berry. Notice anything interesting about this? This is also what inspired ACDC. All those guys. They were being driven by basically this. And a lot of that stuff is, in fact, literally the guitar. When you see all this energy up here, a lot of the times that is the guitar. That's the electric guitar going. It has the sonority of, like, Count Basie's big band all by itself. The bass and drums and stuff aren't really doing it. The vocals are actually surprisingly good. Chuck Berry is no slouch of a singer. He's holding his end up when it's singing time, but when it takes off like this, it's typically because that's the guitar playing again. And he's got the guitar playing all through this song. If you know the song, you know, this is literally Johnny Be Good, the original version off of a compilation record. And that's how it measures. It measures kind of just like the loudest of ACDC, except for it sounds totally different. It doesn't have as much gain, but where it sits in the frequency range is pretty much maximum intensity all of the time, even though it is literally the old Chuck Berry song, not a remix, not a band doing a rock version of it or anything like that. This is literally the one. It sounds kind of like Chuck Atkins or Chet Atkins on steroids. I do also have a Chet Atkins thing that I recorded just today. So the way that those songs, the way that this hits the final chorus, and he's doing his Chuck Berry double stops. You know, back in the day, your amplifier wasn't all that big, and it didn't have distortion. And so you had your guitar, and then if you wanted to make the amplifier bark, what you would do is hit a double stop. You hit two strings instead of only one and do your solos kind of like that, and that's what Chuck Berry did, and that's what you see on this meter. As for finding the VST or AU in the meter, the VST needs to be in a VST3 folder. The AU worked for me in Reaper, but didn't work for me in Twisted Wave, and I don't know why. And they are new, like, signed versions of these things, and so it's possible that you have to restart your computer to do them. I'm not positive, but that is possible. And on that note, I am going to put on something and take, like, my morning break. Not that big of a break, but enough of one. So let's bump this into the middle of here. It can be. You can have a great song that doesn't hit. I could show you some. Perhaps not right this instant. But you're going to have trouble selling a million copies of it if it doesn't hit. Okay, let's see. SWB audio capture. Hopefully this will work. because we're going to step away from the synthesizers and the records for the moment. And get into programming the actual plugins. Although I wouldn't mind revisiting certain things about the GUI style ones too. Like I wouldn't mind getting into gain again, because some of my plans are waiting on being able to make horizontal and or vertical sliders in my style, and I haven't done that yet. I was able to bring in a button on the metering plugin, which I think is present in the one that I've got, but don't have horizontal and vertical sliders yet, and so that needs doing. Don't understand what John Dobb is talking about. Sounds like I don't know what multi-out means. Nor do I think that would work very well with my retro plugins. My retro plugins are strictly stereo out. So no can do. So here is a thing, although I don't know whether that's going to show graphics. Oh, yes it is. So this is a guy's video, and I downloaded it because I wanted to study the, and I may or may not actually need to do more things with this in order to be able to study it properly. This is a guy's video studying this thing. The thing is the Acme Motown DI Wolfbox WB3. A Wolfbox is a transformer-based direct input. A transformer-based direct input is something often used by musicians to run instruments like bass or whatever in. The Wolfbox is special, and that's because it's using a particular kind of transformer that was selected to be able to get more in the way of deep bass than usual transformers were able to do. It has unusual characteristics such as the presence of molybdenum in the transformer somehow. You're not allowed to do that anymore because it is a poisonous or radioactive or God knows what. And as such, you can't make these anymore. You have to use new old stock, and there is no new old stock, so you can't get these. There's thousands upon thousands of dollars to get one of these transformers. And when I bounce it around, the difference between those two sounds is I'm pretty sure that the blue one is another DI box, this one up here, and then when it goes red, it's the real one, the Wolfbox. And we'll be looking at it assuming that I can either export or directly load the audio track into the audio editor.
It's pretty clear to hear there's obviously a lot more volume.
So he does that. Same thing. An interesting thing about it is that a bunch of high frequencies go away. There are characteristics about this. Like, let's go and try to load it into Twisted Wave and see if it can even do it. I guess we'll find out. Oh, signs point to yes. So in this way, we can actually look at what the difference was between those two kinds of sounds, hopefully finding an appropriate spot to compare them with. So let's zoom in a little bit on that. So here's the other DI. And then here's the Wolfbox. And he goes a little bit fancier with that. For the time being, let's copy that and plunk it into, well, this is not really a 96K recording, is it? It's a 44.1. So now we've got a recording. I don't have meter on this because this is a much older computer. So what are we going to do? Let us normalize these. So now they're at the same volume. Old one. And you'll notice that the RMS of the second one is still louder than the first one. With the non-Wolfbox transformer, it is still letting through more crest factor. It is still letting through more peak energy. The better, supposedly, transformer is actually letting loose less of the highs. Now, I don't have an ability to run that meter on this, but I do have the ability to do certain other kinds of things, and let's do one of them. We are now listening to only the slew of the sound. So everything has gone away except for highs. And I'm going to be listening to the output of these normalized things with the one that's quieter made louder again. But I'm going to be listening for what the high frequencies are doing on the first one and how they might be changing on the second one. I feel like the extreme highs of that top one are still poking out a little bit more. Let's apply that again. No reason you can't apply slew only twice. What do we get when we do that? Even more highs. So this is only the top. And my suspicions are confirmed. The extreme top on the lesser of the transformers is still brighter than the one on the Motown style one. There's a little more of the highs off of this. Switches over to the Motown. And it's more a part of the sound rather than an additional scratch on top of it. So let's quickly undo those. Maybe we can even save this. And here's where it kicked in. So we're going to add a little silence. That's not. Half a second of silence between the two things. And let's save this. That way we can have it back. Okay. So having done this, oh wait, I remember. Another thing I wanted to try out. Bear with me. I have to drop down into low range to be able to do this actual work, and so here's the Kalman filter. So what I'm going to want to do is use the high range on the Kalman filter to take off the brightness, but I also want to investigate to what extent can I take out the lows. And probably my best bet there, can I do an effect stack with this? Let's find out. Yes, I can. I've done that a million times. So Kalman should give me a variety of things, including this inverse wet, but then what I'll probably want to do is amplify it back up again. As there is a thing I have in mind here. I'm also praying that my general health holds up today for me being able to do this. I'm trying to figure out whether I'm getting a different behavior out of this. I can cut it down to nothingness, and that will also work on electric basses. I do have some electric bass recordings. I'm going to be working with electric bass recordings. So what I'm shooting for here is, as I expand this outwards, this is the Kalman filter, and it's the Kalman filter rolling off everything except for the extreme lows. So I should be getting lows through this, and I'm wondering if I'm going to hear anything different from the regular one, which is still a DI. It's still probably a transformer DI. And the Wolfbox, because we're still listening to audio clips of the literal box that I'm going to try to model. I feel like I'm feeling lows out of this that are not the case with the actual one. Let's keep exaggerating it. I'm trying to listen to this and as best as I can work out the low frequency thump coming off of this guitar, which is the same guitar each time. It's not played exactly the same each time. But one case it's with the regular DI, and the other case is with the Wolfbox. I can go beyond that even. Let's dig it. Subs only. Now all we're going to hear is a sort of thud. I'm feeling a degree of saturation in here. Some of this is going to be doable by using a simple sine wave shaper. That's going to be part of the sound, but not all of it. Let's save the stack, because it's not like we don't have enough stacks. I'm going to be calling it Wolfbot because it's a plugin rather than an actual object. There it is. Because I feel like maybe there's more to this. We're going back into here.
Great, so the same, but right now they're
We've already heard guitar,
the Acme audio.
so that's not going to be that helpful. I'm wondering if he also has a bass.
That's Foul Gunner.
He does. So in that case, I'm going to want to load this back up in Twisted Wave, and this time I'm going to pull out a back and forth on the bass, if I can find it. That's him changing the cable. Thanks, guy. So this might be a section.
Now DI and then the pulse.
The video shows whether the thing is on or not. So I would be able to refer to that, but I'm hoping I can also refer to just the general loudness levels and then normalize them to make up the difference. So let's...
The first DI.
He's going to talk around it a little bit too. So that's the one, and then he's turned on the other one. And he's playing roughly similar things. That's important. Oh, no, you never did tell me about that, Nick. You did not.
Be on the interface so we can hear the volume.
Sweeter than anything? Those are audio unit only, so be advised. But yeah, and a bunch of other ones. I should be labeling that, honestly. in my copious free time, obviously. So this is the traditional. He plays a lot more through the Wolfbox. Ooh. Oh, handy. We have a little riff that's almost exactly the same each time. That's exactly what I was looking for. It's kind of reversed, but that's fine. Let's copy that. And let's open that recent one. Add a second of silence and paste in that bit, and then reverse these positions. So here we have first regular one and then the Wolfbox playing a very similar thing. That's a distinctly different sound. Mind you, it's playing slightly different things each time, but I know how to deal with that kind of stuff. I've done it already. So now what we're going to do is normalize each of those things separately, because they were different sounding, that's for damn sure. I ran across a guy on my website who was upset because I said damn in Airwindowpedia. He said, I wish you didn't have an I wish you had an Airwindowspedia without the swearing. And I looked and I was like, what? Swearing? And I had said damn. Okay. Man, don't hang out with my friends. We'll burn your ears off. So here is the two different kinds of DI on a bass guitar sound. First the regular one and then the Wolfbox. So at this point, one thing we can do is check out, oh, I did that wrong. Check out the measurements. It won't show us everything. We're not really as interested in peaks, we're normalizing to peaks. I'm curious as to what the RMS powers are going to say. So original box is actually more bipolar than the Wolfbox is. The Wolfbox is clipping one side of the waveform a little bit more than the other. And then with the regular one, we're getting to minus 12.15 dB. So if we keep about exactly the same positioning of the window, so minus 12.15, whereas the maximum becomes minus 11, that tells me pretty conclusively, well, not completely conclusively, but somewhat conclusively, that the Wolfbox is more saturated than the other box. Because its maximum RMS power is closer to loudness level of like 0, and the maximum RMS power of the other one is quieter. Minus 12 something is quieter than minus 11.5. So we got almost a dB of difference in relative gain. That means that there is also a degree of saturation we could put on this to get it into that zone. So we're starting to get a little bit of progress as far as being able to make these things act the same way, act the way that they are. Time to fire up the old other thing, Wolfbox effect stack. And we're going to loop this. And we're using Kalman to roll everything off. You can probably hear that because my subs do tend to come through this microphone. What I'm feeling out of this, using Kalman in the way that I am, the first one is hitting a little quicker, and the second one is hitting a little slower. When I say that, I mean the speed of the attack, which is part of how that bass note is attacking. Jonathan, an interesting observation about what you have just said. You can legitimately say in some cases, like I played Steve Perry's Oh Sherry, the vocals is what made that a hit, in that there's not that much going on outside of it. That's not uncommon, that the main thing going on is going to be the vocals. Not everything is like ACDC, where you're showing up to have them melt your face off, and they're blowing everything out of the water, even without the singer singing. I even see something. God, excuse me. Get through this day, I can have Wednesday to work not on camera. Like, look at the middle parts of these waveforms on what is very much the same bass being plugged into the same thing and played by the same guy in the same way. That one, there's this middle area where not much is happening. And with this one, the middle area appears larger. I have to shrink it until it stays on screen. It does not want to do, does it? No, it is. Especially on the low note. Like, look at where you can see these things. Look at where you can see the middle part of that wave. And especially here. It expands outwards more here. In this one, you see this area in the center that is not as present. I'm wondering what to make of that. Because it looks like this is part of where the waveform goes. I'm not sure if you see it. I see it. I'm trying to figure out what it means. Might be some kind of delayed effect thing going on. So I can close that. I can save this. So that is the exact difference between the one and the other. Those are both the same things. They're normalized at the same amount, but they're doing a different thing in the middle, which is of great interest to me because I see distinct things about the way this is going. I mean, you see the difference too, right? It's the same bass. It's the same everything. But with the regular DI, that middle part between these 2 points is wiggling around as if it's a completely different waveform. On this one, it is doing a visibly different thing. So now I'm just trying to figure out what that means and how I can make an algorithm do this. Because that's sort of the point. God, excuse me. If I'm lucky, when I'm back on Thursday, I'll feel better. But you see it too, right? Maybe if yeah. So these are supposed to be the same bass guitar. Ooh, also, the tops of some of those waveforms look pointier. It really looks like there's 2 things going on here. And I'm just trying to figure out what it's going to take to make that be a thing, because it's like it's able to retain... What would that even mean, though? It's like there's this hysteresis factor. So on the one that is not the Wolfbox, that's this one over here. I see more hash on this than on this, which I identify. Granted, it could be the guy breathing or something like that. It could be just a false positive in there. But knowing that this is defined as the special direct box for bass guitars and things, and that in listening to it earlier, I felt as if it was indeed darkening things a little bit. One of the things that could be happening is that it is darkening this little scruffy stuff up here, but there's more than just that. I do see like, I can't make this pointer be larger, unfortunately. It's not a modern enough OS to do that. Find the pointer on my screen. It's moving. I'm going to be using it to point to things. See this little notch? This little notch is this notch. It exists in both of them, but off of the Wolfbox, it is greatly accentuated. More than it is off of the other DI box. Now, there's 2 things to be learned by that. One of them is that we see these little high frequency details in here. That's why it's a darker shade of blue. That's why some of this looks the way that it does. The high frequency details will be physically taller if they're louder. Yep. And between peaks is indeed somewhat more below 0 than in the second. You're not wrong, Blue Baggins. In the second, it really divides it evenly, doesn't it? That also implies that low frequency attenuating is happening. because the presence of high frequencies makes these slightly darker areas. Those are high frequency offsets, and they're present all over the place across here, and are very much less present off of the Wolfbox. These are normalized, so they're both at the same level. But the extent to which the waveform is able to go in one direction and then the other, and then stay offset where it's slightly off of 0 being the line, that is the ability to contain DC voltage. The ability to contain low frequencies below what this note is. Like the offset, DC offset would remove that and make it so that it's lined up along that line. That suggests that this is also a factor of it's, as I suspected, is a bandpass. Again here, this one is a high point, it swings to the negative, and then all of this is offset so the entire thing sits a tiny ways below the 0 point. When you're using the actual Wolfbox, it seems to not be able to do that. This might have started out as this shape, but then it's going back over the top of the waveform again. That's what will happen if you're suppressing DC, if you're suppressing extreme lows. So that's interesting, because one of the factors of the Wolfbox is that it's a larger than usual transformer for the purpose of doing bass guitars better. I just wonder whether this is also a factor. They both end up getting there, but and here is Wolfbox in a higher note. Looks like about the same thing. This funny additional thing in the waveform is also covering both sides. This is still Wolfbox. I feel like the amount of energy on either side of this part of the wave is comparable. This is pointier than the other part, but they're about the same amount of energy. And then the other DI. Oh, look at that. This is actually looking to be able to put more, again, see? That is off the 0 point. It's like this is able to hang on to more in the way of extreme deep bass, or DC, than the Wolfbox is doing, which is an interesting thought, because you'd think, oh hey, Wolfbox, that's meant to be the one that's better at bass. And indeed it is better at bass, but maybe not in the way we think. It is smoothing out some of those extremely high frequencies. Again, there is the original, no, wait, hang on. No, this is still Wolfbox. This is the Wolfbox, and this is the other one. So other one here, and in this case, this part of the waveform is over the 0 point, and this part of the waveform is under. It's not lining up perfectly. Move over to same note as played on the Wolfbox DI. And it seems to be making everything go right through the middle more aggressively. And then here's a direct comparison, that low note. So the one that's not Wolfbox is carrying more high frequencies and is pushing to the sides of the waveform, whereas the one that is with the Wolfbox is suppressing those. And the reason this is lining up symmetrically is probably because it's stealing the extreme lows rather than allowing them to stick around. Very interesting. And we really are stepping on the highs with it. So now let's see if I can undo to put that back where it belonged. So the first one is the regular DI, and then the second one was the Wolfbox. I think I saved this, but if I didn't, I'm going to now. Oh, I guess that doesn't matter. Clearly, I have already saved it with no further changes. So, on to the next bit. Also, we'll keep an eye out on like how my stamina is hanging in today and stuff. I'm definitely not feeling as well as in most days, although perhaps part of it is just my high ambitions for getting this stuff done, or the fact that I was up very early in the morning capturing vinyl records for Evergreens, which maybe I should have just chilled for the morning, but I'll keep an eye on it. If I start to really crater, I'll call the stream off early, but I'm probably good for the afternoon. We shall see. And this is probably a good idea, a good day for not pushing through until like coding until 7 or something ridiculous and dumb like that. The self-care is not just a river in Egypt. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab 2 Kalman filters and make a testbed plugin, which applies 2 Kalman filters. One of them is the high frequency roll-off, and the other one will be the low frequency roll-off, which is done through the inv section of the control. In other words, we do it and then we subtract it. Now, another possibility is to use something else that I've used before. For instance, the stuff I was using in console MC, and console MD, and console LA, which is another form of low frequency controller. I'm also thinking in terms of what sequence I want these to be in, and I think I'm going to want to do the high frequency roll-offer after the low frequency roll-offer, just to smooth it. But the first order of business is to make a new project, which can be one of those end-to-end projects. And we're going to call it Wolfbot Mono. If it works, we'll make 2 of them, and the second one will become the VST. I'm just trying to decide how I want to represent the mono. It's like I get hung up on dumb things like this when grappling with other things that are much more challenging, but you trip over the dumb things instead. So if I called it Wolf, then mono could be the first one as an E, and then the VST, the idea of it will be Wolf with an F. And that's good enough. Unless I come up with the Wool plugin, in which case I'd be spelling it W-O-O-L, so it wouldn't even matter. these are going to be fine, but I want the information from here. And this is indeed a mono version, so I'm going to be duplicating those, but not just yet. And it looks like we have many possible controls. We'll leave that there for the moment. Copy. Again, I must admit to struggling through some of this stuff in that I'm trying to do these things. I think that it's perfectly legit that I'm attempting stuff like this and may in fact actually make it work out to be something that's really good. This might be the ticket for getting that type of sound in the box. I'd love that to be the case. It would also open up possibilities for me as far as doing music or doing mixes, and rather than just relying upon C-Rick bass to do a rock and roll style sound, if I'm able to do this, I'd be able to take a DI bass and then throw on this type of sound for more of your sort of Motown-y direct bass kind of thing going on, and it'll sit properly rather than having like the wrong kinds of edges poking out and so on. All of this is good. All of that is helpful. I'm just struggling because in the process of doing it, I stumble over really obvious and simple things and feel that it makes me look like a fool. But there's nothing necessarily that wrong with looking like a fool. Feelings are feelings, and you go with them and see what happens. That said, I've stepped away from the other bit a little bit too soon, so I'll step back. But not before duplicating all this. Starting from here. Well, I appreciate that sweeter than anything. I mean, I wouldn't have any of the stuff that I have, or have done any of the stuff that I've done, if I wasn't willing to be a complete fool. Because one of the challenges there is there's some places you can only get to through the Badlands of looking like a complete idiot. And in particular, and this is one of the, see, this is where I have it over all of the AI peoples. I think that's all I need from Kalman. Where AI stuff lacks is that the best it can offer is to provide the output of smart people doing things right. That's the best you can hope for, is something that some human has already been able to do successfully, only that in the box. That's the best you could possibly hope for. If you would like to go a step beyond and do something that hasn't been done before, you are out of luck. And so that is indeed a challenge, but it is an interesting and worthwhile challenge. Let's make these be named something relevant. Instead of Cal, let's call it KLP and KHP. Or opposite, because they're going to occur in opposite order. They're going to occur first the high pass and then the low pass, because if the high pass generates any kind of artifact, I will want the low pass there to smooth it. So if I do this, then I have to update everything to conform to what I've done, including we need more here. And when I say more, we have 2 of these now, not just 1, and they're both named something else. So HP and LP. Both of those will update automatically when I start adding the right channel for the other one. But for now, we're just working with an audio unit, and it should be just fine the way it is. And then I'm going to need to do a search and replace. I've also got to change this. Like, see how these go from A to Z? I've just replaced this with a thing which goes from 1 to 2. That's not appropriate, so instead we're going to be A and C. And I'll tell you why, because we're going to duplicate this to have 2 of them. And then we can probably change everything in scope. But I might want to comment that out first. So if I edit all in scope, various places are going to change, and I can change that. Parameter A was our, well, what's the first one we're hitting? High pass. So that can be our high pass. So the variable that we're going to make is going to be cal HP, and we're editing it. Up. And now that has edited in all the places it needs to be edited. It won't work yet, mind you, but we're on the right track. And then it's KHP and KLP that we're going to be using. So some of this stuff needs to be updated. So let's first select all of this and then try to edit all the arrays as needed. What that means is we're doing another find and replace, but we're finding only arrays that need to be changed from cal to KHP without changing any of the other stuff. So cal and then square bracket, because we need to restrain it to only what was within the array, rather than other places where we've used those sequence of characters. Now if I hold down Option, I can do in selection, and then if I hit that, it will in fact update those things. So now we have a Kalman filter that should actually work. I can build it and find out. It won't build the first time. My audio units never build the first time, but it should build the second time. I'd be quite surprised if it builds the first time. Or maybe it will. Okay. I don't know why it thought that it didn't need to build its support classes, but it didn't think it needed to build its support classes. I'll tell you something else. We're going to either use this as full crank in either direction. One of these needs to be the high pass, one of these needs to be the low pass. So we're going to delete this param C stuff in a moment. But before then, hey Stepan, fool around with stuff like I'm doing right now. Watch me. I'm fooling around with stuff. You will note I am not very good at it, but I'm willing to have ideas, and that's the important part. And the rest of it, I just struggle my way through. If we're really lucky, we'll get visited by Sudara, who is much smarter than me, who might be able to get other forms of... I'm going to take a moment and fire up Discord on the other screen, see whether he's showed up in there or not. Oh, not seen it yet, no. Could be off for the day or doing something else. So as far as my updatey things, nothing that much is happening that I need to pay attention to on Discord. And that is fine. Ooh. People are talking about open source license offenders. Interesting. Yeah, it is a company that's doing like retro game emulators. And it's a set of people who are feuding with the meme people. And yeah, it looks like drama. Don't need any of that nonsense. I am not a open source game emulator developer. So where are we at? We are looking at wet and dry and working out how that works. So wet goes from -1 to 0 to 1 because we got param c times 2. Dry goes from 2 minus plus, so it'll go to 0, 0 at full wet. If it is full inv, what's going to happen is it's 2 minus that. So at full wet, you just take the output of the Kalman algorithm. At full dry, it is going to continue to have dry at basically 2. When it's set to inv, inv is basically 0 on the control. So 0 times 2 is 2 minus nothing. And then if it's larger than 1, it's equal to 1. Meaning that with this part over here, input sample equals dry sample times dry plus KHP calout well times wet times 0.777. This is apparently what we need to do for the Kalman filter to make it cancel out properly. So first thing we're going to do is duplicate all of this because we're about to change it. We stick it there. We're going to change that in a moment. Second thing is the high pass section is going to be dry sample, so times 1. Plus KHB calout L times -1 times 0.77. So that's going to be times -0.777. And that's going to be my high pass. Then we go through and do it again. Having applied the high pass, now we're doing the low pass, and so we're trying to smooth it. We probably I don't know whether we need to define dry cal. But this is the low pass, and so we're going to do it differently this time. And here's one way that we might be able to do it differently. Never mind that 0.777. People are accustomed to a Wolfbox acting like it's a volume boost, so we're going to have that sneaking in there. But we could do another clever little thing as well, which is let's just throw our saturation effect on there and see what we get out of that. Let's see what we get out of this. Just like throwing it in there. Noting, of course, that we can also throw another saturation term on the high pass, but that's not necessarily what we're going to do. Now, one of the things about it throwing, here's the getting into DSP thing. Here's the kinds of stuff that can happen. So, we're talking about a DSP thing like literally right here. Putting the output of this is going to assign input sample. It's going to assign KHP calout L. I also need to update that now. So let's do that. Here's where we apply our low pass control instead. I don't think that's being used anywhere else, but I'm not sure. Oh, no, wait, no, it is being used. I am searching for cal HP. Let's just do a search and replace for that then. We have two separate things. One is going to be cal HP turns to cal LP, and one is going to be KHP turns to KLP. So let's go through and do those things. I'm ogling it to see where that went. See, so we've got some of these in here still. It needs to be the new control, a different control for this. And neither of these are going to stay because I'm trying to find the values for them. That said, there is something to be said for... I do love stuff that you can just put on and it will do its job. That said, I'm going to have to check and make sure that this works right at multiple sample rates and stuff. The first DI was absolutely higher toned, and that is because it was not rolling off as much highs. That's one of the things I'm thinking about. So let's see, in selection, we're going to replace those, and then we're going to select it again because now we have to do the entirely other Kalman filter. Okay, HP bracket. There we go. Replace it with KLP bracket. Now we should actually have, interesting. Okay, that's a clamp in there. I've been fooling around with new ways of doing that, which takes fewer logic operations. Not sure if I'm interested in dealing with it at the moment. I could, though. Oh, no. Yeah, that's fine. So if I build this, that's not going to work because I didn't build it yet. We get to reuse this. Don't need to redeclare it at all. Build again. Very good. What's this warning that you have for me? Unused variable. That is appropriate. We're not actually using that. Let's remove these things now. And done with this find and replace. Let's go in search of our, you can close this now. Let's go in search of our new plugin, which is going to live here. And drop it forthwith into the components folder. Now that we've done that, we can try applying it to things. So one of the things that we are thinking about here is firstly go and find the thing so that I can hear it. What these controls need to be set to, because I have not set them yet. So it's going to start with everything basically blank. So this should make a sound. It is in fact a little bit louder than it had been. And if I move this up, it should take all the lows out. And it has. If I move this down, it should take out all of the highs. So with that, now we have a excessively bandpassy Wolfbox styley thing. And if we were to apply that, we get a weird looking result which isn't really anything like what we want. But one thing about it is making these things stick around the middle a little bit better, and it is smoothing off the highs. It's just doing it too much, and it's taking too many lows out. Funny thing, it's not really doing this bounce back over the waveform thing anymore. And maybe that is simply because I have set it wrongly. So to return to playing with it, if we do it full on, which means that it's not actually removing any lows at all. It's making it larger because I did not include that final 0.77 multiplier. And it's probably worth me keeping an eye on that. One pleasing thing about it is that now the middle of these waveforms look similar. See where it extends out and then the middle part is in here? It seems to be covering that base, and I'm pleased with that part at least. I think it's also smoothing off the highs in a way that I can get used to. I wasn't expecting to have to drop that high control very far, and in fact I'm not. It seems to be pretty well okay with even that might be excessive, but I don't really mind it because that is, it's a potential bass DI. Oh, I was like the amount of more obvious blue here is where the high frequencies are stacking up next to each other. And so I'm going to want those high frequencies to look about the same. And I feel like it kind of is doing that. We could maybe be scaling back the amount of boost a little bit. That might be excessive. Maybe we can calculate how much that would be, though. Analyze. So the real one, minus 12.24. And the fake one, minus 11.85. So, math. So I'm about 0.39 of a dB too loud. I'm going to bounce over to a web page, not on the other laptop, but on the streaming one, and find a nice place where I can work that stuff out. So I'm typing decibel to ratio calculator. If I tell it a dB ratio of 0.39 dB, the ratio I want is 1.09, but I'd actually like to multiply it by, let's see. So originally had it so that if you multiplied it by 0.777, it cut it back to what it was supposed to be. But I'm boosting into a wave shaper. So instead, what I'm going to want to look at is a decibel ratio of negative 0.39. It says, please fill in the field to calculate the other. So that's dumb. Let's reload you. The machine doesn't work properly. Negative 0.39, calculate. Oh, it needs me to reset. Okay. Let's see if it'll do it. Okay. So I have a number which I can use, quitting out of here and not saving. Let's see if we can quit and not save. Back to the code. And here's the deal. We have done this thing, we have got a level, we have balanced the level out to where the peak to RMS ratio is coming in 0.39 dB hotter than the real thing. So what we can do is do this sine wave thing, right? And that gives us our low pass, but the amount of amplitude correction we want, rather than being this one, which would give us the correct amount out of the output again. Instead, we have now calculated that if we do 0.914, we can keep going, but it's 914, 113, 2, etc. We can stick to 914. 914 is a nice number. There's a Porsche of that number, which is very nice. I'll never own a Porsche in all of my life, but I can include its numbers in my code. And then if I rebuild it, now I'll be able to run this on the input waveform and get roughly the amount of Wolfbox saturation that you would get in order to get to the same RMS saturation balance. So that, to me, seems like the correct answer. We've got these things going. So now we just keep building it until we notice that we have built one, and drop it in the components folder and jump right back in to fooling around with the waveform. And I can close this Calculator Academy webpage because I don't need it anymore. And at this point, so here we are, raw and then Wolfbox. That one. So the first batch is without Wolfbox, and the second one is with. So then if we go through at the same levels, we can do this with the guitar too and see how far we get. And let's see what happens if we firstly just start running it. At what point are we actually cutting off lows, though? Totally now we are. And with that, it's not activating at all. So what levels are we getting to? We're we're getting to minus 0.75. And that is, well, yeah, we are. So we bring it in and see what it does. That's still minus 7.5. And now we have done the thing. It is now affecting the bass, because the number that we see on there is 0.77 rather than 0.75. So in theory, now we've got a high pass and a low pass, one that is not actually cutting out any of the lows, but is in fact applying a high pass, which is also a Kalman filter, which, if you're familiar with Stonefire, that would mean that the entire output of this is within the fire range of a Stonefire being applied appropriately. And then it's also going through a little bit of a saturation. So we apply that, and then if we loop both of these things, the going back and forth between the two now sounds like this. So that's telling us interesting things. The low end is starting to sound about right, even looking at the way that the two look zoomed out this far, which you can't really see very well because I've got it off the screen. So let me move it to where you can see it. My head is covering it up. See how these middle areas are doing fairly similar things now? But I hear a difference in the highs. So I need to find out whether I need to kick in more of that low passing in the end. And the way I'm going to do that, having applied this, I want to do a couple of layers of slew only. That takes away all the lows, and it leaves only the highs. So if I do that once, and then I do it again, then we can probably boost it up again, although I am already seeing some distinctions. I'm already seeing some differences there. I could even normalize it. It'll be kind of loud, but we'll normalize it to quite slightly less than full crank. How about? So here's the differences between those two things when we're hearing only the highs. We're hearing the guy over his microphone a little bit. It's definitely confusing because we're definitely hearing the guy breathing, and that's not supposed to be there. I almost feel like I hear a slight fuzz on the Wolfbox version that isn't there in the other one, which is an interesting point, and I'm not really quite sure where that would come from or how I'm going to go about reproducing it. Because what we're talking about is taking one DI and trying to modify it until it does what the other DI that's supposed to be special does, and we're hearing a different thing that isn't present in the first one. Is the guy breathing? Yeah, but especially on that low note, it's like it breathes a little bit. Bzz, bzz. And the click is very nice and articulate. Whereas no fuzz, and the click is way louder. So what's it going to take to do that? Would it simply be more Kalman filter to do it? That's got me back to normal again. But rather than just going into recode, let's see whether we can get to. And we're also going to investigate how to make this work at multiple sample rates, because that's one of the things that must be done. Here's this again. Here's Wolfbot again. So we already know that we can make it way darker. I wonder whether this effect is what's going to give us what we're looking for. Because if you hear what it's doing, that's just complete clarity. But as soon as we kick it in and it starts really doing stuff, that's what the Kalman filter does. It's allowing some of the edge to remain while softening the heck out of all of the breathing, all of the things that are not part of the waveform. The Kalman filter allows the waveform to retain straight edges, but rounds corners off in a characteristic way. That might be what we're hearing on the real one. So let's see what we must do in order to get that low note to have a little bit of a breath to it. Doing that, I hear it kicking in. Doing that, it's really strong. It's too bright. Let's take a little more of the lows out while I'm at it. My bass is causing my room to rattle. I wonder if I'm blowing your output up. No, it's still okay. So if we ended up at this, and when I apply and close it, we'll remember what those settings are so I can get them back. We now have a bit of a saturation, and we can return to our sort of AB here. I feel like I've now made it slightly darker. But one thing I can do to test that out is go back into our slew limiting, or slew only. Double it up. Oh, look at that. We're going to normalize again. Now they are at a comparable loudness level. No, I'm not going to put any plate on it. Isn't that interesting? So now we can kind of hear what that's doing. I can hear it better than you because the microphone is pointed away from the speakers. So one is completely fake and the other one is the real thing. And I feel like my suspicion that the Kalman filter was the correct way to go is in fact correct. That slight little buzziness is the magics. So, back to that, back to that. No further things need to be done. And let's dive in again and see what we can get. So where we left off was here. So if it goes up to 0.75, it means we're not attenuating any of the lows. But we were beginning to attenuate a little bit of the lows, so we can... But then this is also going to have an effect on it too. So... Now if we apply this, it's even looking like the top edge of the wave is comparable to the previous one. So we're going to go in and firstly hear what those sound like back to back without any changes. We could probably add a little tiny bit more gain, but we're getting in the zone. And that's good because I'd like to get in the zone with this. We do still have some experiments to do regarding what must we do in order to get high sample rates to sound the same way. And what we're going to do for those is start upping this sample rate and then seeing what we must do to change it. I'm not sure to what extent Kalman is adapting to those things, but I can also look at the code for things like Stonefire. I'm pretty sure I went through the process of getting that to act similarly at different sample rates, to the extent that I could anyhow. I remember specifically with anything around like Air 3, I was all over the place, like running audio and noise and stuff through things and getting the boosts to act about the same, even though the Air 3 algorithm doesn't actually scale with sample rate. This, however, should. So now let's go and compare those brightened versions from slew only. So if we normalized that, like all the way up, you'll be able to hear that pretty clearly. We now have a spike on the end of that, but that might just be part of the waveform. And it'll keep it from being too overwhelmingly loud. I'm not sure that sounds quite the same. I mean, it can't ever sound quite the same because there's different noises on each one. let's do a different thing. Let's go back over here. So regular one. Wolfbox. So if I was to do the same thing that I just did there, Wolfbot, same setting, you get this. If I was going to go back and forth between the two, and then we'll do our double slew only thing. 1, 2. So here's a guitar with the same differences we just applied. Non-Wolfbox. Okay, we're rolling off too much highs. But we're not a million miles away either. That is not that big of a change. So it's going to be a matter, and that should also be useful for tuning it in for the upper sample rates and things. Here's a sound. Take it up to about there, maybe. Take that down to there. Just a little bit up. So 0.63 and 0.962. Let's see where we get. Oh, they started looking more similar to each other. I like that. Same deal. Double slew only. And that's not exactly the same, but how far away am I, or is this just a matter of amplitude? Like, what's going on with that? I know this one is now peaking. I see the line. I see the way the line is going. So if this one is also peaking, what did they sound like going back to back? That's cleaner. And this is missing something. So to what extent might this be a factor of that distortion product? Because it's feeling like it's saturating. Whereas the real Wolfbox. And granted, this guitar could also be saturating, so I'm limited by what I'm working with. But it's feeling a little bit like it's just more cohesive. Okay, so two questions. One, let's go in here and instead of doing it like that, I need to get that thing out again. Let me get my ratio page out again. I wonder if it's in history. It is. Yay. I have two windows open now. So reset that. So if we're doing a 0.777, that is basically minus 1 dB. That is minus 1 dB. But instead we wanted like minus 3. I'm thinking I'm going to want to do minus 2 and then sine and then plus 1. So let's give that a try. So that's going to become 2.589. And then 1.79 larger than the 777. So this is now gain scaling. We're doing those two things rather than just one of them combined for the purpose of going into the sine more quietly and then amplifying on the outside of the sine to turn it back up again, in the hopes that this is going to open up the top of that guitar a little bit more than it is. Granted that we're already dealing with, that is an entirely separate DI box, so it's not necessarily going to be helpful, but it's better than nothing, and it's in the right general direction. So let's now see what we got. We'll put it into components. And kind of go from there. Here's our sounds. We want to take this and turn it into this. How close have we come? While retaining these settings too. Go a little brighter too. Okay. I feel like my peaks here are not necessarily everything I would want, although I'm enjoying the way that some of these curves work. Like, that's interesting. How does that relate to on this one when such curves are happening? Oh, it's not going to be there. It's going to be here. Oh, that one's simply clipping. That's why that is there. Well, if you're not simply clipping, because bits of you are, that's a rounded off top. Some of these are rounded off curves. Some of those are just distorted. Here's an area that's not supposed to be distorted. Yeah, off of a real Wolfbox, it does in fact round off these corners. To some extent, anyhow. So let's have a little close-up look at the high frequencies of this. Interesting. Let's do that again. And again, seeing as we're doing these volume changes, let's normalize that because the other one is now clipping. Now these are both of these things that are roughly equivalent volumes, and are they going to have the same tone character? Adding other effects is not actually what I need to do. I need to just hit spacebar. I feel like some of those sounds have to do with the additional DI box that's being run into the first time around. To some extent, you can't get around one of them having a $2,000 transformer in it and the other one not. $2,000 transformer seems to win handily. We're doing a little sonic microscope work here. No question about that. Let's keep going. Even brighter. So what would happen if our settings were slightly different? Here we are back at square one. But instead of using these settings, let's nudge that up a few notes. Nudge that up a few notes. A little fine tuning on it, see where we get. And having done that, here's what it sounds like without the high frequency boosting that I am doing in order to highlight the differences as much as I possibly can. So, regular sound. It's definitely a little more congested, and I'm not really quite sure what to do about that. I know I'm going to be wanting to roll off highs in the way that I'm doing it because that's going to help the bass. But I'm a little puzzled as to, like, I'm not sure I can actually get some of those qualities out of it. Let's go through and do another comparison. Firstly, amplify it right down and start playing slowly until something clips. Okay, a little more. There we go. So what that's telling me is that the original one is either the processing is doing that, and I can check that by dialing all this back and then doing the slew only all by itself. And that might be worth doing. It's like I could be doing a level correction on this. If I did do a level correction on this, oh, so hungry. There, now they are both at the same level. We're not there, but that's closer than it was. I feel like some of my troubles are coming from the cheapness of the other DI box that's being used as a comparison. And if you ran into the DI of some other kind of converter, like if I went into one of my APIs, I might be able to get a better result that would get closer to the Wolfbox through letting through more of the original sound. I feel like this is probably about as close as I'm going to get, honestly. The settings I'm using here, that's probably about as close as I'm going to get. Which means I think it's time to punch those in. And here's how we do that. Make to reapply them. Copy what those values are. not saving. And punch that stuff in, and then whip out the calculator and figure out what it needs. So firstly, 0.065. Secondly, 0.977. They're power factors, so we're going to do that. I have to remember to type the right things in, though. I'm going to also do that. So these are kind of going back and forth in a weird way, but that's fine. I'm not sure you're following me when I say back and forth in a weird way. 977. So this one became 0.954529. So we're doing 1 minus that, and then we immediately do 1 minus that again, and I'm not entirely sure why we're doing it that way, or whether we're applying it anywhere else. Oh no, we do need to apply it elsewhere. But you know what? One thing at a time. Oh dear. I typed something super wrong and it gave me an answer that makes no sense at all. I did something terribly wrong. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh, I know what I did. I am deeply into the dumb crisp mode, unfortunately, but I'll just slow down. I'll slow down until I'm able to do it. Zero 0.995775. That's what that one starts as. And this one starts as 0.954529. They are weirdly symmetrical. They're flipping into each other. There we go. Now the question becomes, how do we alter these when different sample rates kick in? Because they will. We're going to make sure they do, in fact. So let's build that. We're now not using any of the controls at all. At all. No controls are in play here. And seeing as the high frequency section is the one that's most likely to change, I feel, what we're going to do is open this up. Also, I feel if I did the slew only on this repeatedly, this would have ended up becoming much brighter before I applied the effect, so we're in the right general vicinity. Excuse me. And now we make it super totally wrong. Should still work, although I'm not going to get a good output out of it, though. Yeah, Core Audio is dealing with it for me. But this should give me the correct wrong answer if it's the wrong answer. Core Audio is going to force it to be 96K or something. Or whatever it's doing. It'll figure out what it's doing. So these no longer do anything. We just apply and close. And then we do this routine again. Slew only at 192K is a lot more aggressive. Okay, I didn't see that coming. It's acting like it doesn't want or need to be scaled. That's weird. If it was, what would happen? Because we just did this calculation at 192K, and it acted like it didn't care about the change. In fact, it made it sound better. Let's try to 019 it even more. I feel like there's more highs out of this. Yeah, there's more highs out of that. Okay, everything is undone. We're going to go back in, and we're going to figure out what we must do to apply that. Also, I should look at some previous cases of what I did to deal with it. And that's going to be in my already completed plugins folder. To some extent, a date modified. Stonefire's Kalman filters. I can look at the recently updated Stonefire comp. It wasn't the Kalmans that was giving me a problem with this, it was the other stuff. And I fixed it. So Kalman not being compensated. Weird. What's up with that then? is that actually true? Is that actually real, that that's how that works? If not, I'm going to want to know about it. Probably worth looking at Kalman specifically for that one. And I'll tell you what I mean. We are hearing stuff along those lines, Blue Baggins. And a low-pass filter will create a delay on the attack of the transient. That is because it is slowing down high-frequency effects. Okay. Time to start experimenting with the Kalman plugin. We're going to try to find a setting on this where it is a characteristic obnoxious noise. I feel like that is a characteristic obnoxious noise. And what that's going to do is make it fuzz out in a particular way. It's just a little distortion-y. Okay, established. Now if I change the sample rate and then apply the same filter set the same way, that will tell me whether or not that stayed or whether it ends up doing something quite else. So return to the Lance of Kalman without touching any of the controls. Apply it, and now what do we got? Interesting. That feels kind of similar to what it was before. It's not, though. It's not the same. But I was shooting for a particular kind of saturated sound, and it feels like it's doing a variation on that sound. This is odd. Let's, never mind, Stonefire Comp. Let's go back into here, and let's go back into here. We're going to run some variations on this one while we're at it. Because we've got all of this. What would happen if... what direction would it need to go? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I feel like I need to start applying it where this power factor is, which could conceivably lead to a problem with the other stuff, but that's a separate issue, and I can always put that back. So if I have to run the calculation basing Kalman off of something compensated by overscale, but it has to start out as 1 minus that, and then it's being applied in all different other kinds of ways. So it's a tricky little beast, this is. Well, let's give it a try. So if this number was larger, then it would be setting to a higher frequency. So what we'd be shooting for, overall scale becomes a larger number. If we're trying to make it reach a smaller number, and this section in here would be getting divided by overall scale. Because overall scale is going to be a larger number if it is like 192K or whatever. It's going to be like 4 or so. So 1.0 minus where this lies, except for the entire thing gets scaled by overall scale. The question is that going to give us... Well, the question is, what happens when I literally just try it and see? Because I can talk myself in circles around all this, and it's going to need to build twice. This is it building all of its little support files, which have not been built yet. And then it'll build the second time, and that'll be fine. But now we have a very different one. And what's going to happen here is that I will be able to run it. Oh, I can close preview. This is an old computer and it really can't handle having too many things running at the same time. We were doing it on all of this stuff, right? So, but I could just do it in this area. So if I apply Kalman at 44.1K, I'm shooting for it sounding like it is distorted, like it's some kind of little bitty amp that's clipping, because that's what the Kalman filter does. It throws these nonlinearities in there in this way. Because then the thing is going to become, what do I got to do in order to get it to reproduce that exact effect but at elevated sample rates? And if that turns out to be a thing, all of my Kalman filter stuff could do with an update. Although I could leave Stonefire alone on the assumption that people are using it as it is, and then have Stonefire comp be updated. But first let's see if it even matters. Like, we can make it turn into this. And undo. Or we could redo, copy, undo, plunk it over here as a reference, and then upsample and downsample literally everything so that we can refer pretty directly to what that initially was like. See, because it's going to be sounding about the same. But we start with this. So now, what does Kalman do if it's being applied at an elevated sample rate with exactly the same setting? I have a little more clarity on it, but I think that's actually correct. It's not acting quite the same, but I'm hearing a similarity in tonal quality, which makes it feel like that's very much the same basic idea. And that suggests that that one part needs to be divided by overall scale, which means a number of other things also need to be modified in the same way. So it's 1:13 in the afternoon. I think I'm going to go for like one more cup of coffee for the day and then proceed to deal with all of these things in this way. And I'll just leave that. Some of this stuff that's come out, like Kalman, is a very rough design. So probably what I'm going to do is leave some of the things the way they are, knowing that they are acting slightly differently at different sample rates, but set up new things going forward so that the new things will, and you can see that it's not entirely identical even now. Like at an elevated sample rate, it's giving roughly the same cutoff, but the whole texture is quite different because it's a Kalman filter running at a radically different sample rate. So its whole way of addressing that stuff is very different. But the basic concepts should still hold. And in particular, I'm pretty sure that that's going to give me a Wolfbox that will give me the same preset tone at multiple sample rates, just maybe in slightly different ways. So on that note, I'm going to set up for a stream audio. Let's see how the Fancy Pants meter deals with some of my old Welcome to Free Luna tracks. We'll do something chill. What would be good? Well, it's set to play only through the SWB audio capture anyway. Let's put on something mellow. This is the final track on the album, which you can get. You can go to Bandcamp and get this album if you like it. No pressure. Anyway, let me set this up to go. Hit play. Go off to make another cup of coffee, and a final cup of coffee for the day, and get ready to do all of the updates on Kalman filter things that are coming out, which, if any of them are in the works, I will need to revisit them. And this note to myself is, I think, successfully concluded. We did, in fact, make a Wolfbox. Now we just gotta make it good. Also note the ways in which I could learn how to mix better by using my meter is throwing way too much brightness, more than I need, and I'm also mixing too loud. So go figure. And the good parts of my sound tend to be down in the bass because the bright parts of my sound are too bright. But that is all stuff to learn about for a future day. So yeah, that's Welcome to Free Luna. So that is live modular synth mixed through the Heritage Audio line mixer that I am now replacing with plugins. And as such, the Heritage Audio line mixer is running through a chain of weird connections into a, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering correctly, because I think I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure that that's going into the MIDI verb. In fact, it's going to, I know what it is now. That is a classic MIDI verb on setting like 49 or 50, which is the deep space 10-second long reverb spaces. And it's coming out of the MIDI verb and going into a little Mackie mixer like was used for French house music, like a 1602 or kind of thing, in order to be able to make balanced outputs and have everything connected to ground, because the Heritage Audio wouldn't let me connect directly to the Mackie, because the ground wouldn't connect and so it wouldn't work. So yeah, what you were hearing was absolutely a pile of classic analog and classic digital gear outboard. None of it was in the box. Welcome to Free Luna is all about that kind of stuff, and it was all done live. That wasn't a recording and multi-tracking. That was a live performance. It was just edited into place. But let's bounce back over to Coding Stream for what I was doing here. Because here's the thing. Let's... Bing, bing, bing. Back out of that. And what we just learned is that when applying Kalman filters, we can and should divide this stage by overall scale. Yeah, I'm hoping to get the plugin reverbs to stand up to that point. I have some ideas in mind for stuff that could maybe do a really good job with that classic digital thing. In particular, I know for a fact that I could undersample reverbs more than I am. Like, I know for a fact that that would work. And it's an interesting thought. Like, if I can undersample a delay, I can also undersample reverbs. So that would probably become another variation on ClearCoat, where it would be pick your ClearCoat basic thing, but then downspeed it until it became a grungy digital monstrosity. That would be quite a exploit. And I wonder whether that would be fun to play with, although I'm not sure today is the day. I mean, it's a thought. It's an idea. Here's another idea. I need to find out what I'm doing with all of this Kalman stuff, because we just figured out this part. So I got to whip out the old calculator again. Well, maybe we'll save time to do the on the computer calculator like this. That gives me that value back again. So there we go. And now I need to get this value back again. Okay, and boom. So in theory, that ought to do it for that. Let's test. Also, find all. Five files. I may or may not need to make a note of this. Oh, maybe it's worth playing with that today. Don't need to really work about that, but conselect bus, conselect channel. We're not doing Kalman, we're not doing Stonefire, but we are doing Stonefire comp. So Kalman is the initial appearance of this. people are already using it. Stonefire is the initial appearance of this only more so. Also, there's that air band one, and I'm not able to manipulate that one. That one's like a fixed frequency, and it's only the amplitude that gets adjusted. I remember working with that. But Stonefire Comp is something where I can do that work, and Console X Bus and Channel, there is, in particular, there is a section which does not count for the airband one, which is already being compensated appropriately. And I got to figure out to what extent does Kalman range, because that's going to be this one here. So 1.0 minus this now gets a overall scale in there. So pretty straightforward. But so is this. Build. Succeeded. Kalman goes away. It's the simplest form. Let's move some of this other stuff out of the way, because now we are not done and have to revisit some things again. But that is sometimes the way of it. And this may actually be done. We'll move on from this point. We're not going to do the Wolfbox stereo. That's a straightforward mod. What we're going to do is put that there. Don't need this. And then jump in to deal with those three things that now I have to update each of them again. One of them is Stonefire Comp. And all of these will also have VST versions, but it's fairly straightforward to do those. I'm going to grab a little piece of paper so that or maybe I'll write it on this is my remaining note. This one says console 9 incorporate nonlinear behavior in console encode decode. How would this apply without buffers? I'd like to approximate the kind of nonlinearity I'm getting out of discontinuity, but I want to work out how that would apply to a console encode decode process. And I don't really have the answer for that right now. I wrote it down because I want the back of my brain to think of it. And all that's happened is I've been having sleepless nights on it. I don't have the answer yet. But this has already got an update, so now I have to update the update. On the bright side, at least I have updated the update for Stonefire Comp. OVSC for overall scale update. And I'm going to get a beginning on each of these, and then we can play with the reverb for undersampling. All I got to do to get that going is like grab ClearCoat, make it under a different name, and start modifying it. That might be fun. I would quite like to, because a neat thing about that is it's in line with what was happening with the MIDI verb, where if you do an undersampled reverb, you get extremely long decay times because everything is slowed down. But what you also get is a hard and fast limit to upper frequency. And so if I undersample it using a deres-like behavior, I get to dial down the top frequency, not with the filter, but with the basic algorithm of the reverb itself. And that might be a real blast. We shall see. We shall indeed see. For now, I want to look at this and figure out how to do it. So let's try to do that. Here we go. That is all we need to do to scale the Kalman filters appropriately. And we're not actually doing that with the airband because the airband is handled differently. And doesn't exist in this. This is Stonefire Comp. This is part of what you get out of the full-on Console X once I get that going. But this will appear first. And it doesn't have the airband, because I don't have enough knobs available to add the airband and have it fit into consolidated. Anyways, build. Oh, and we got to build it twice because I have removed the build folders, meaning that it needs to build twice now because it's doing this thing again. There, now it's happy. And we put that there. Oh yeah, I want to hear it. I got 8 people here. That's unusual for me at this time of the afternoon, so let's hear it. Here is Stonefire Comp. Fire clamped. Here's the stone. They're both boosting quite a bit. Or they can be just regular, nothing much happening. Or we can have a fast release. And there's a limited attack. And ratio. And then range, of course, is Stonefire. And that is now the thing that has been updated to read sample rates better. So there, you'll be getting that. That's coming along. And here is a glimpse into it should be saying about the same things. Here we are up here. Here we are over here. There is Kalman range. That is the thing that must be updated. So, boop, boop, and now, one thing to note about this is, including for the other ones, it's going to still work fine. whether I do this or not. This is just to make it a little bit more consistent when operating at different sample levels or different... The control ought to sit in about the same range as you change sample rate. You're not supposed to change sample rate. I'm just saying this will make it act a little bit more consistently. So let's build this one as well and also see it not actually do the thing yet, but it'll get there. Oh, tell me what you have going on with the accessibility for the metering plugin, because I don't have an answer for you, but if people have ideas, there's probably ways to get there. Okay, so succeeded with that. Console X channel. If I wanted to be real creative, one thing that I could do is set up console 9 with Stonefire built in. I'm not sure if I want to. A 1-minute warning for people who experience ads. Let's go. There it is. And here it's going to fail the first time, hey Votus, but the second time it will succeed. I run this little thing in the terminal that clears out the build folders before uploading everything to GitHub. Otherwise, it would take up way more space for no use. So build for this. Did I remember to do this for... Did I not remember to move console X bus over? Well, probably. Well, now let's just remember to do the thing. Firstly, yeah, I didn't even remember to do that. I just built it and walked off. Goes to show you, this is not my strongest day, but there will come a time when I show up and I'm just playing Minecraft because I burnt myself out too much and all this stuff. And I'll do that until I need to stop that and then go back. Yeah. If you haven't downloaded it recently, the most recent version has updates to that line, the hit record hype line. So you would have had to have downloaded it in the last day or so, or this morning. Put it this way, I'm up to version 0.09. There will be more, especially if I find ways to bring it to different platforms. Like, I'd really like to see it as a clap. I pretty much have no clue as to how to do that. And I'm focusing on the areas like right now where I'm making a variation on ClearCoat. Since old digital of low sample rate and so on is crunchy, shall we call this CrunchCoat? We got ClearCoat, we got CloudCoat. It can all be kind of under C and be the same basic general concept. So it's the idea of, cool, awesome. Okay, will do. That was my initial idea, but then if it meets with people's approval, even if it's just one person's immediate approval, then we'll run with it. So CrunchCoat. It's an odd name, but it'll work. And the first thing that we do is we duplicate what we've got in ClearCoat, because we're going to extend upon that by radically changing it into something else. So CLCO, Cloud Code was clearly something else, so how about CRCO for this one? I'm assuming that is going to be achievement indeed unlocked. You are the requisite enthusiasm for moving forward with the idea. I said I was thinking about doing actual work on the having the graphical representation be converted to some sort of waveform. So there can probably be a superimposed tone. Like, to what so what would you need? Because there's too much information. But it is, in fact, all getting boiled down to a wave. But it's not a wave, it's a line that's being drawn along the meter, and it represents how high the hype level rises. Logically, that implies that I could, oh, dude, well, meter, the border of it follows all the same rules, but I haven't really designed it in such a way to be able to do that in any sense. That said, I do wonder, because basically the way that I'm drawing it is on a white background, which is as I've intended. The other stuff is being drawn in, going from light gray to dark gray with RMS, and it's drawing black dots on the white background. There's nothing that really says you couldn't also do white dots on a black background. The challenge with that is, to what extent do I do that relative to themes and colors and things? Like, if I observe that you've gone to a really dark theme, does that mean that you want the colors inverted, or is that an assumption that doesn't need to be made? This is the time to be fussing over something like meter, though, because it is not out. It is not even close to being out. So, well, maybe it is close to being out. You can download it and stuff. But it is most definitely not out. We're going to have 3 knobs, and one of them is going to be the downsample effect. So we'll start it at full speed. 1. We're going to rename all of these things, but we're going to have to change them around some. We're going to literally call it derez, because that's effectively what we're doing. So this leads us in the direction of the thing that we're trying to build. I got to update selection when we get to that point. And we're just running around getting all of this done. Number of parameters, 3. And then we got a bunch of other stuff to copy in here. Here's the start. I think it is also appropriate that I'm using ClearCoat for this, because this is a 4x4 matrix. I'm contemplating 4 parameters, not 3. Give me a sec while I sort this stuff out. I have confuzzled myself and I'm trying to do a little bit too much, but that is so often the way. And at least I caught it before I went too far. Less to fix. There. 4, says the count. Oh, not done. Not done. We're not done. Because we have to do this. And regen can start at 0. Okay. 4 parameters. Okay, short A to P. And then the stuff down here has to be used verbatim. Shouldn't have to be any changes there. At this point onwards, I should be able to make it actually do its thing. And the fact that it's a primitive algorithm is all to the good here. This is not a place to do one of my fancy pants ones. This is a place to do a primitive algorithm because it is mimicking ancient reverbs where end of statement. Ancient reverbs where? That's all. Period. Where the sample rate is not very high, because that's one of the things we lost. But we'll be able to exaggerate it quite a lot. But we'll be able to go through here and update this part to exactly what it's meant to be. Namely, param1 has to include this stuff in it. But we don't get to call it that, do we? No, no. We have to call it param A, because this is my new code for that stuff. That said, everything else stays the same. So that should be good for these. Yep, I think. Yeah. And so now I scroll down to initialize, reset, which is this. This doesn't change. Kind of big though. I'm not positive I need all that. Sub AL and BL and so on. I probably do need all of that though. And now we are in process buffer lists. And so this chunk I get to take whole cloth, the entire thing from brackets to end. On we go. Paste. Okay, so having done that, this should build. Not the first time, it never built the first time, but it should work. Well, Florian, the trouble is, problem. Before finishing that thought, I have to fix this problem. My apologies. Because it's gonna, oh wait, no, that's multiple problems, some of which will fix themselves and some of which will not. Here's one that will not. A. Why am I not seeing, oh no, there we go. And that's actually D now, not 2. Can you build? Hey, it built. Don't need that there. Let us go and see what we can do. With CrunchCoat. And then I'll explore the question you've just raised. I gotta go find this stupid thing first. Where are you? CloudCoat, ClearCoat, oh, PQR, CrunchCoat. So does this sound like a thing? Dry, wet. Okay, we are off and running. I do not know what subrate means here. What does subrate mean? However, I can see what this means. Let's throw that in here real quick before I even deal with this subrate nonsense. Okay, so ClearCoat. If ClearCoat larger than prev ClearCoat, then we are going to redo all of this stuff. That's all well and good. This is the section where we redo everything. Cumbersome it is, but there you go. And here we are back into this section. And then these are not going to be param D, but I'm going to start with that just to get going. Boop and boop. And then, which one was the beginning again? Show me where you are. Show me where you are, you crazy beast. Up, 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 down. Regen was first, then derez. Okay. B, and then C, and then D. Okay. What this now means is that I can take this number, see where it says halfway between infinite sustain? We're now building this into an additional control, just because make it more flexible, do crazier things. Because the purely BSG version of it had almost no sustain. So, infinite sustain equals this. So, parenthesis, And there's our maximum number. So now that's a heavily skewed parameter B, which is almost always going to hover near no change at all. And it's 1 minus the usually no change at all. And then we're scaling by this, and then that needs to just be modified like that for now. And then these all need to be changed into regen. It'll be interesting to see how neat this actually is. That comment no longer relates to anything. We throw it back in. And we fire it back up, and we see whether we can make it become a wild and wacky sustained fest or not. Ow. 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 Well, this is not good. You're going to have to wait, Jonathan. Yeah. This is where my fans start going, wow, that's cool. Give me more. And I start going, God damn it, people. What the hell? Oh, hello. Value computed is not used. What? What do you mean not used? Are you sure about that? The heck do you mean not used? We're not claiming what the flying crud? What does it mean value computed is not used? Well, it didn't tell me a damn thing, did it? You know what? Try it now. Okay, now it doesn't say value is not used. We know that DRes is not being used. So if anything makes sense in the world, what that means is that now it's not going to do that. Let's test that assumption. Yep. So that fixed it. So now this should make it be infinite sustain without exploding, but let's find out. I may have the numbers wrong. Stuff was written in there saying if I use this, it will be infinite sustain. So the question is, why was it not? And attacked my ears so fiercely. Is this going to be infinite sustain, or is this going to be irritaki? Okay, there we go. That's not the same thing that we had. Amusing though it is. So, what is it about this that stops being okay? Value computed is not used. This is puzzling to me. Oh, hang on. I need to do a power function. Trouble is, I haven't written power in there. Watch this. This needed to be 1 minus power, 1 minus that's common 4. So it's doing something else that's like a logic operation and returning some insane result. Like the entire value becomes 1 or something weird and C-like. Now let's try it. I am almost confident that that's what I meant to do in the first place. So let's build it and immediately try it. And you needn't be sorry, I'll make other interesting sounds. All that was too much feedback in a reverb. So if this works, I'm going to turn the volume back up again. Yep. And from this point onwards, you got total meltdown. Enjoy. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. That's not the glitch reverb. We're going to do the glitch reverb a different way. And here's how. I'm just trying to find my files. Here it is. Cycle is now a floating point number. Imagine what I'm going to do with that. Cycle end no longer matters. Overall scale still will, though. No, probably wouldn't. Probably wouldn't. So now we're using that, but some of our other stuff is not going to work. And I'll tell you why. Because our entire output stuff isn't going to work with this, but we're not going to be using any of it, are we? All of that stops being a thing. We're going to take some of this apart. Where's last ref? I know it's in here. Here it is. This is the normal undersampling, but we're not going to be doing normal undersampling. No, no. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily work. Meaning that we don't need to define that either. Let's go up here. Let's take this away. And you probably can see where we're going with this. We are now subtracting deres from cycle, which starts out as a, we reset it to 1. And if it goes down to 0, that's when we do a reverb sample. Now, I feel like we can have it wrap more neatly by simply adding 1 and going from there. And that ought to do it well enough. I don't like all of, can I clear all of these things? Probably not. Okay, I just got to dig my way through this stuff first. So, if cycle end equals 4, nope. If cycle end equals 3, nope. If equals 2, nope, it can't equal nothing. It no longer exists. Nor is this where we resetted it. But I think we are going to need a last ref. So let's put some of that stuff back. Yep. See, that's the bit we need. That's the bit we need. So let's just literally use this. Last ref L, last ref R. And rather than being an array, we're no longer even keeping it as an array. It's literally just a double. We're just going to have it be a double. And we're not resetting cycle. We do that elsewhere. That is not what we want. Yeah, it's absolutely not. I mean, people already do that, you know. People already just indiscriminately boost high-end. It's not good, but people do it. Okay, I need 2 variables, one of them called last ref L. and I need to assign them on reset so I don't K-cathedral myself. And having done this, this should, well, nope, I missed one. And for that reason. So I'm going to put the cursor where this is and then see what's included in here. Here's our cycle minus deres. If it is less than 0, then we do a reverb sample and add 1 to it so that we're now not doing that. So if we're doing a new reverb sample, then we're also going to assign a replacement output. Otherwise, we're not. And you know what? We only need to do this one bit. Oh, still having a problem. What are we still missing? Alrighty then. Let's not average at all, shall we? We've got a variety of stuff going on in here, which we're not necessarily going to keep. We could keep it a lot simpler than this. Or, that's part of the sound. We can just have it be there. Although, I am wondering very much about this because it's like, there's our simple average output, but this is supposed to be CrunchCoat. That would take away from the crunch to some extent. So tail shouldn't be a thing. And do we really need subtitle in here, or do we not? We're shooting for a really retro kind of thing going on here. Well, let's see if it builds first of all. Succeeded. So let's see how weird this gets. That has to be at 1. And regen can be a lot less. Observe the behavior. It's not going to want to go down to 0 though. If I go down, well, if I go down to 0, I can just straight up clamp the output. Like it can instantly go to dead silent if it is literally at 0. That said, let's step it from 0 to, oh, we haven't played. So that's our lowest possible setting. I'm going to say that's acceptable. And it might be nice to do something with this as well. But for now, let's go through and quickly silence it if it's doing the thing. Oh, that's not the right way to do that. There we are. Now we can sweep it down to dead silence successfully. And now the only question is, can we make it be cooler by not actually having it do quite what it's doing? Firstly, let's fool with it a little bit more. Unused value subrate. Good. Good. Let's not use that value. Also, this doesn't need to be as much of a regen power thingy. And I'm pretty sure we just got rid of this. Cycle can be 0.0, immediately giving us a sample. We got rid of this. We have a better idea. I'll tell you about the better idea in a moment. So that stuff is fine, that stuff is fine, that stuff is fine. This is going away. I don't think we have this either. If we do, we don't want it. And all of this is going away. And let's see if it builds or if we've missed anything. I think that is just waiting to be deleted. Oh, still got a few kicking around. And here's what it is. It's a soften effect. And if we delete all of this stuff, then out ML remains exactly the same as it was, and out AR remains exactly the same as it was. And I think that's probably what we're going to want to do. So goodbye to you two lines of code, because everything else is going to still work without you. It built. It's not going to be all that much different, but I'm working on it. Here's our drums again. haven't even quite finished this coffee, but we're looking at a new crazy reverb that can be swooped like this. And that's the smallest selection too. Now here is the remaining question. What if it wasn't square waves? And what would happen if we started giving it a little bit more weird backlash? So there's the final outputs. The last draft gets to be this, that's fine. But nothing is really saying we can't take this and put it here. I would say that doesn't really count as what I would call a sweet reverb wash, but bear with me because we are moving on to another factor where we are going to go from So you may guess what I'm going to try to do with this, which would be to attempt to do a linear chase from one position to the next position as we go. And that's going to be done according to regen, which we'll modify on the fly. So let's see. This is not dissimilar to something I'm doing elsewhere. There's another thing that I'm doing somewhere that uses this. Now, if I could put my finger on exactly what it is that I'm talking about, that would be helpful. A couple of coffee grounds in there. So what needs to happen is that it figures out which thing, mad hacking tropical banana man, it needs to figure out which thing it's trying to go towards and then converge towards that. When we get a new sample, we are assigning the last ref to the current sample, and then we move on from that. But previously, if we've already done that, we're here in the else statement. This is where we're drawing either a square wave or something else. So what we're going to try to do is get it to converge from this point to the next. It's a reverb. It's all built up out of delays. I see no special reason that I couldn't just add an additional stage. So if I was to do that, add an additional stage, it would look a little like this. At which point we're never actually working with input sample at all, but we always have the most recent point that we arrived at and the one before that, meaning that we can linearly interpolate between those two things, meaning that the entire thing is not going to be made up of square waves, but of triangles, of straight lines. And that is probably the last detail we need. So how would that go about? Firstly, make sure that everything's being defined. I have not defined last step, have I? That's important. Did I call that 2? I feel like I had a simple name for it. Let's check and find out. Yep, I had it called 2. Last 2L and last 2R. So we scooch all the way down to here. Now, cycle is scaling from 1 to 0 at all times. It's counting downwards from 1 to 0. It could also go the opposite direction, from 0 to 1. Every time we get a new sample, we are redoing stuff. So L. And then lastly, one further thing that we have to calculate each time. And it has to have L and R on it. Capital. And I am doing it wrong because it needs to be R now. I was already thinking 2 steps ahead, and I shouldn't have been doing that because it was a little too far. So, now on the output, whenever we're not doing the thing, let's see whether we can get this to work out. So if we do this, we're not actually using any of this stuff, and it will still work, and it will still make a square wavy sound, which is all well and good in its own right. Albeit maybe not exactly what I had in mind. We're going to double check that it still works. Very crunchy. All well and good. And then we can do this. See, if we simply reverse this, then it makes this part simpler. If it is larger than 1, then minus equal 1. And cycle plus equal dres. And I do have to check this bit. And then I think we're also going to want to default cycle to 1 just to start off and get a valid sample. It might not hurt it, but that said, I think that'll work. I don't know whether we want to scale dres at all. Nor do I know whether we even really need to scale it this way. But that's a whole other story. In effect, that is retaining the idea of undersampling to some extent, so that at high sample rates, it's always going to be doing this at least a little bit. And that might be cool. And as you see, what's happening here is that we have 2 delays now. We are making last 2 be the last one that we hit, and then the last one immediately becomes input sample. And last step is last 2 minus the last rev. So we're always going to know the previous one and then the one that we just reached, meaning that input sample always gets put to, like, as we make a new one, ooh, I see a problem though. I'm not sure if you spotted what I spotted. That said, I think I can fix it. Because last ref equals input sample. So the way this is working, cycle plus equals dres. That's doing our undersampling. If it's larger than 1, then we do a reverb sample and we immediately subtract 1. Meaning that it becomes 0 when we're inside the generate a new sample thing. And then as soon as we get out of it, we're immediately carrying on where that left off with these. These are what happen when we're not generating a new one. So we're instantly going to begin from this and then go on from there to last 2L plus last step L. But this isn't bouncing to last 2, is it? So we need to step this back a little bit. We need a few more things. And this is what it must be. Because we got to put it back to basically where we left off. Because last 2 just became last ref. And we're never actually using the input sample coming in. There's always going to be a tiny little bit of latency in here. And if this works, that ought to cover it. I'm not sure if that counts as covering it. Okay, let's see what that looks like. It'll tell us what it's doing wrong. It is going in the opposite direction that it is meant to go. It is trying to go from here to here, but instead it's going from there to literally the opposite. So it's literally doing the opposite scaling that it's meant to do. However, that is simply amended. Let us now see what this gets us. That was aggressive. That was more aggressive than I was really willing to bargain for. I wasn't actually expecting that part. That was fierce. Now let's see what we got. This might be more in the area of what I had in mind. Now let's see what we got out of that. It's It's not nearly as loud. Lovely. And that is what I had in mind. See, it's all pointy and stuff, but it's just straight line interpolations between these randomly arrived at, except for they're a reverb algorithm, so they're not really randomly arrived at after all. And it's still crunchy and edgy, but it's crunchy and edgy in a whole different way. I could maybe even bring in a sort of crossfade behavior. We shall see. First, I would like to play with this a little bit. To play with it and see what we can get. Regen could definitely stand being lessened. Actually, if we have literally none of it, then what do we get? How about more? So here's our raw cloud coat. Here's a lower sample rate. And still lower. Let's see if we can get a sort of antique lexicon vibe going on. First, it's going to be smaller than this. And then let's just drop the sample rate a little bit, shall we? Thing is, this is not a bit crushed reverb. This is still 32-bit or, it's double precision floating point. This is not bit crushed at all. This is throwing little corners on because it's reconstructing everything in straight lines. So that's pretty wild. This is going to be fun to add. There you are, CrunchCoat, coded on the fly for you folks. A vocal, which is not to say a good vocal, but we're going to play with it anyway. So with a bit of luck, I can get into that sort of old lexicon-y vibe going on. Because it'll do a very good job of not allowing high frequencies, because it can't make high frequencies at all, except for fake ones, corners on the sample rate. Pretty weird. So yeah, the automation possibilities are definitely warm with this one. Should be great fun. And what else needs to be done? Clamping it to 0 is working. All the rest of this stuff is working. I think I need to fiddle with, let's see. Corners are working real nicely. I'm happy with that part. We could still be softening them. 10 seconds on ads for anybody who's getting those. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily what I should do, soften them. Okay, so regen. Less of that. Derez. More. And that probably is going to get me there. Probably. I'm just trying to think of whether there's anything else I need to think about. I mean, I'm wondering whether I can make, like, if I make the corners be less sharp, it'll lose some of that crunch, but the crunch is kind of part of the idea, plus it doesn't actually exist anywhere else. You can do bit crushing and all that's fine, but this is different. This is a new thing. Or at least as far as I can tell, it's a new thing. So let's play with it a little. Because we kind of got there. Here's the guitar. A couple of different guitars. That's actually getting quite loud. Not anymore. So there's a real edge on this. So it's a very loud guitar I have there. So that's making things excessive. Yeah, it's loud. Good way of making thunder and stuff. It does click when turned on and off, but there's not a lot I can do about that. And let's see, where was that thing that we did? Open recent. That's just the guy's input.
Right now, when I played it at NAMM, you're the same exact.
Let's have a little fun with Mr. Dude. Close that. And here's how we have fun with Mr. Dude.
Welcome everybody.
Intensely low budget reverb. How's that? So with this one, the little tiny selections, which are normally not very useful, all of a sudden the unnaturalness of them is being turned into its own effect. Yeah, cursed early digital reverbs, absolutely. That is totally what we're looking for here. It's super unnatural, and you can tune the note that it's hovering around.
And I have a Wolfbox picture 8562 built 20. So on the live today, we're listening to the Evergreen Motown PI. And in the last build we're listening to right now we're playing the masters from that's how kind of reverb. And we're going to
It really is trying to throw a note, isn't it? Now, if this is a wonderful Cursed Digital Reverb, let's try the other options. Cursed is a wonderful word for this kind of nonsense. It's a de-res reverb. You get to do this. It's no longer intelligible under these circumstances. But once it is pitch corrected, it's now trying to do the normal reverb this way. And you could feed this into another reverb if you wanted to accentuate it. Or feed it into another layer of CrunchCoat. Oh, this is brutal on intelligibility. You can't make a damn thing out. Yeah, this is stadium size now. So let's bring it up to hall size. Strong drone, you know. So that was selection 1, and this would be selection 0. Let's keep hearing them. We got 16 of these to play with. Every one of these is a slightly different algorithm. Every one of these will have its own flavor. Definitely likes being tuned to notes. It definitely likes notes. Yeah. Cursed Digital Reverbs are fun, man. And I think this beats the heck out of the square wave version. Indeed, indeed. That's not... That one's almost reasonable. So now we got a sort of old lexicon chambery kind of thing going on. All you got to do is turn it up, but not all the way. This is all the way.
We're listening to the other. Right now I'm playing a nice drone, S-style gunnery guitar, and we're going straight into my interface in Logic. So check it out. Here's the first key out. There's a bit of a volume difference for these, and later in the
yeah, we can get into that that vintage digital vibe quite easily.
levels on my interface and everything are complete. The unity are the same. when I
And
played it at NAMM, it was
there we have it,
like I don't think you think of DI
into a
boxes
little
as
more
musical,
of
but
a
it's musical, but
a
it's
realistic zone
guitar
as far
through
as
and
vintage digital reverb
really blown
sound is
away. So
concerned.
real fortunate that Al let me demo it. So I got
It
for
really
one of
hangs
the
on to
Motown
those
amplifiers, just a standard
S's and
passive direct
things,
cogs. It
but
has an
they're back
attenuator
there.
speed for reamping and
Yeah, it's a
all that
scale
fun
from
stuff.
almost reasonable to
For voice
cursed.
purposes, we're going to listen to the sound of
I could replace the word derez with the word cursed.
the other direct box I'm using is kind of your standard everyday direct box that you'll get on a gig. I don't think it needs to remain mainly for our purposes today. And I have a little switcher in the box to go.
Again, this is the zone of intentionally using old digital because of its sound.
We're listening to that. Right now I'm playing a nice drone S-style emulator guitar.
And you can just derez it more
And we're going straight
to make it bigger, deeper, and darker.
So check it out. Here's the first PI. There's a bit of a volume difference for these, and later in the demo I'm going
We do
to
this.
adjust so they're about the same. Right now the levels on my interface and everything are complete. The unity are the same exact volume setup. So here's the welcome everybody. Today we're looking at the Acme Audio Motown VI.
Oh my god, hilarious. Cursed.
Months ago, and he was really kind enough to send me the Motown to let me demo it.
6,
Like I don't think you think of
7.
DI boxes as musical, but this was musical, like bass through it, guitar through it, and was really blown away. So real fortunate that Al let me demo it. So I got for one of the Motown
8.
passive direct cogs. It has an attenuator that goes to preamping and all that fun stuff.
As they get bigger, derez doesn't need to be lowered as much. So that's pretty deep. 9. I'm almost tempted to try calling it Cursed Coat, but no. Ooh, this one's unusual. Well, I mean, it is feeding back into itself. That is what Regen is all about. 11.
Here's the first DI. There's a bit of volume noise for these that sounds fine. You can hear it changing with that volume. So here's the welcome everybody. Really excited about this. I met Al on Aggie now a few months ago, and he kind enough sent me a demo of it. When I played it in the amp, it was
12.
people. I don't know if you think of DI devices as musical, but this is musical.
Interesting. That's almost plausible.
Was really blown away. Real fortunate that Al let me demo it. So I got for one of the Motown DIs is standard passive direct route.
Definitely into that Cursed Digital Reverb zone.
And all that old stuff for today's purposes, if you're listening to acoustic sound or whatever, it does direct routes. The other direct routes are really nice to understand if you're not into lots of like piano amplification and these sort of mainly debug purposes. But I have all this orchestrated debugging stuff going.
Yeah, well, you're hearing this in mono, but here it's super wide.
When the live thread listens to Aggie DI, and listens to the Synthesizer.
This definitely counts as wide. You're only hearing it in a mono version, but I'm hearing it in stereo. It's wide.
And the real strings are playing all these mono. So here's the first DI. There's a bit of volume noise for these, and later in the demo you can
13.
adjust it. It sounds right now for the levels on my interface are completely you can hear the same exact volume instead of levels. So here's the welcome everybody. Today we're looking at the Evergreen audio Motown DI. Really excited about this. I met Al on Aggie
14.
months ago, and he was kind enough
Ooh,
to send me a demo of it. When I played it in the amp, it was
very spacey, this one.
right. I don't know if you think of DI devices as musical, but this is musical orchestrated. Guitar really did what it really blew away. So real fortunate that Al let me demo it. So I got it does direct routes. The other direct routes are really
Oh dear.
amazing.
Oh dear.
And these
I'm a naughty boy.
reverbs.
15.
And we're going to start here at 12.
Okay, let's lay up all this regen for a
There's a
moment.
bit of volume differences for these, and then later in the demo I'm going to
And
adjust.
start.
They're about the same, but right now they're the levels on my interface and everything are completely.
Let's compensate with derez to make them basically the same length.
So here's the welcome everybody. Today we're looking at the Evergreen audio Motown DI. Really excited about this.
So that's pretty wild.
From Aggie now a few months ago, and he was really kind enough to send me a link and to let me demo it. When I played it in the amp, it was like
2.
I don't know if you think of DI devices as musical, but this was musical, like bass through and guitar through it, and
3.
it's really blown away. So, real fortunate that I let me demo it. So I got for one of the Motown DIs, just a standard passive direct route.
5.
It has an attenuator that lets me reamp
6.
All that stuff for today's purposes, we're going to be listening to the sound of it has a reverb box. The other reverb box I'm using is kind of your standard everyday reverb box that you'll get on gig.
That's very disorienting.
I'm thinking these are nameless for our purposes today. And I have a little switcher AV box to go between. So when the light is red, we're
Oh, God, yeah.
listening to the Acme Motown VI. And when the lights are blue, we're listening to the other. Right now I'm playing a nice drum. And we're going for Kinks in Logic. So check it out. Here's the first DI. There's a
Eight. 9.
The unity are the same exact volume stuff. So here's welcome everybody. Today we're looking at the Acme Audio Motown VI. Really out.
So they just get bigger and bigger as the selection number goes up, and you compensate with DRes.
When I played it at NAMM, it was like I don't think you think of DI boxes as musical. It's just musical, like bass through and guitar through it, and it's really blown away. So real fortunate that I let me demo it. So I got for one of the Motown DIs, just a standard passive direct off. It has an attenuator that can also be used for reamping and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. It's a lively sound, this is.
It has a direct box.
Yeah.
The other direct box I'm using
Distorted piano and vinyl crackle.
direct box that you'll get on a gig. I think it needs to remain nameless for our purposes today. And I have a little switcher AV box to go between. So when the light is red, we're listening to the Acme Motown VI. And when the light is blue, we're listening to the other. Right now, we're playing a nice drum. S-style gunner guitar. And we're going straight to the light bass in Logic. So check it out. Here's the first DI. There's a bit of a volume difference for these, and later in the demo, I'm going to adjust so they're about the same right levels on the light. They're basically the unity are the same exact volume.
And when you've got it too dark, you're really losing all of the musical information up there. Yeah. This is an effective way of dealing with all of this. This is a good trick. Also, the nice thing about it is that unlike changing the buffer sizes, if you do this, everything sort of zooms up and down and just kind of works. So that's wild.
So when the light is red, we're listening to the and when the light is blue, we're listening to the other. Right now, we're playing a nice drum. That's and we're going straight to the
wonder what this gets me. Stop that. Apply exactly once. Close. Save as. We have an experiment to do. Save as untitled flag. Quit out of there, having saved. Run straight over into here. Open that up. Discard all of these because I need to do them all over again thanks to the change that I just made. So, oops. That's a day of work gone, but hopefully worth it. And meter it. See that one coming, but okay. This is apparently a pretty fun reverb, which makes some interesting noises. It started out with a bunch of aggressive buttons. I'm giving you full blast, but well, now you can tell me what's wrong. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was going to be blasting you with it. I'm going to drag that onto my desktop so that I can hear what horrifying things I have wrought in so doing. That all needs to be... Oh, this needs to be thrown away as well because it is not up to speed, is it? I just updated all of this. So I got to go through and update all of those and do it all over again from scratch because I just made a change. Yep. I guess we are getting that pretty soon. I don't know, is it worth going with that maybe next week? Let's excite everybody with it. Boom, all of a sudden, insane thing. That could be a thing. For now, I am going to, let's see. Well, for now, I'm going to put away the retro machine for the moment. That is like 2 finished plugins in one day. That'll do. I have other things to take care of, and so I'm going to look into some of the other things as well. So for now, let me I'm going to move over to here. I'm not sure why I was fussing over that, because it was only as loud as I've been listening to it. But yeah, we can unplug the coding stream device for the moment, because we don't really need to do even more plugins to add to the queue, especially as I've got some updates to do on the ones that I have added to the queue. We can instead unplug this stuff and maybe do a little of this other stuff. But that was fun to be there for that stuff. That we got to invent the crazy retro monster reverb. That works out actually quite well. We can close this for now. Put it away. Look at that for a moment. Voila! All ready to go and do something else. Such as maybe put my cup away. Take a brief little pit stop after the process of doing all that. So let's put on some kind of weird spacey background thing. Oh, I'm still going to be here. I've got another, looks like about an hour and a half or maybe a little bit less. And so I can probably get started on a couple of other details. I'm just not going to develop a third ready to release plugin in a day. Those two should hold me for time being. I'm building up the more I build up the queue of stuff to release, the more I just get bogged down with updating all of these things. And let us instead put on something complete with the meter, but it's not going to do very much with this probably. I will be right back. Looky there, just as the background music is apparently starting to do things that are sonically nice. Go figure. I'm going to take a moment to write down something. Remember. There we are. Got some more stuff to do. That's fine. I'm not sure what noise is being made at the moment, but I can find out by putting it through to the big speakers. Okay, that's not very musical, but apparently there are good noises. Yeah, nice little chords, such as they are. I feel like I have not had the display overlay on, so it's just been sound. Okay, I've done a bunch today. If I am failing to do other things, nothing wrong with that. Observe what's happening here, which is when it's only those pulse waves, it's too bright until the bass comes in, at which point the combination of the two things is good. But that's just maybe. I am going to take a brief moment to check in and see whether, in particular, Sudara is poking around. Nope. And Surge Synth Team, there's nothing new there either. That's fine. So here's something I can tinker with. Here's something we were in the middle of fooling with, and I keep not doing the bit that I'll need to do for moving forwards. And that would be slider style linear horizontal, and you can do 2-value horizontal, and I have it copied, I think, or maybe I don't. Airwindows look and feel, draw linear slider. This is not overriding yet, but this is what it would do if it was. So let's now try this for the first time, see if it works. In theory, just copying this over and then doing this will make this work, but I could be mistaken. Time to find out. Does it build? No, it does not. Why is that? Maybe it's because I need to update these things? Ooh. I see further issues. Let's find out what it wants. Some of these declarations we'll try that one. And we'll try pasting. This is the scope of these variables. So we'll try pasting this into these places where apparently it didn't exist both times, and that's weird. And the noise that you hear is I have got my tacos thawing out and the oven warming up, so that's exciting. Maybe not that exciting, but I think I've earned my tacos for the day. Now what's going on? So this, how much of this is actually going to break? We don't need to have slider is bar. Oh, look at that. So a lot of these things seems to not understand what this stuff is. They're undeclared identifiers. We can probably call it juice path. It's making that suggestion. So we try that. We keep chasing these along as they go. Keeps finding new problems. That might mean that as we're feeding stuff in, stuff that we fix up here fixes stuff down here. In other words, what if there is a juice point as a thing that can be made? Aha! It wanted that, didn't it? And so same deal with the path and the point. We are apparently inside Airwindows look and feel, and so we have to explicitly spell these things out. Here's another one to spell out. And that means we're contextualizing all these funny things that it's trying to use to within the context that it understands. Everything needs to be told explicitly that it is juice. Hey, Dimukuya. Well, thank you. After a day like today, I feel slightly more wizard-like than idiot-like, I gotta say. Because on the one hand, the getting Wolfbot done, I feel like that's going to end up being useful. But then CrunchCoat was just glee. It's always nice to be able to do a plugin where it is just nothing but glee, and people are saying, wow, it's like Cursed Digital Reverb, which is an extremely fun concept to run with. Yeah, let's see, juice slider. Everywhere it seems to be asking for, oh, wait, no, hang on. It got confused. It really doesn't want that. Yeah, it was here I needed to put that. Okay. Good. And we continue to chase along to try to find, and I do not know why Jmin is going to be a thing there. And we're just continuing to rewrite this as we go. I want to get it to work first. Then we can worry about revising everything, which is going to end up happening because I'm stripping it right down to be a lot less complicated than this. I could probably do Juice JMax, but I'm not worried about that. How we doing? I think we might be done. Let's see how it goes with that. Build succeeded. Fancy that. And now that we're able to load this up, let us load up our gain plugin and see if it in fact works. Or crashes. No, it didn't crash. It didn't crash. It's looking about the same way that it did before, and it's acting about the same way that it did before, but this time we have these under our control. So it doesn't have to do this stuff at all. That said, the idea of making the two-value one, I feel like that's going to need to be a much more elaborate process, honestly. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with that, but I'll figure something out. And that succeeded. So let's assume with our redesigning of all of this that we are going to start rehacking all of this, and let's start here, or not there, but maybe there. We are able to declare it as 2-value. We could also declare it as 3-value, and it apparently contains that. So what on earth happens if you tell it to do this? Because it's willing to do it, but I don't really know what it's going to make happen. All I know is I'm going to see the result. Back into the breach we go. Now it's a 3-value slider. And it's now doing this thing where you can't actually move it unless you move these confining things. And apparently that's what the purpose of a 3-value slider is. It even updates the move arrow. Or at least it did for a moment there. So you can define a 3-value slider, and all it is this. All it is here's your 3 values, and you can set them independently, and you're setting a minimum amount and a maximum amount within which you're restricting your own slider on the fly as you use it. I don't understand why anybody would want to do this. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make that go away. Let's pretend that never happened. Now we can feed in slider style, which could be either of those things. It's going to be linear, but you get to pick a style, and it will define that. It's feeding it in, so I get to know what it's going to mean. With Airwindows look and feel, this is all we feed in, but background color ID is giving us extra info because we're not using it directly. So we're probably going to look for something similar there. I just don't know quite how much of this we're going to adapt. But we have successfully, let's see now. So we're not going to use bar sliders. We're going to use these other sliders and then just completely override them. So no more of the isbar. Isbar stops being a thing. We don't need that because we're going to override it. So here is horizontal. We're no longer doing 3-value sliders. That says is 2-val or is 3-val. So we'll leave that there for the moment. Although I am going to tighten up some of these braces just a bit. This is now an either or. So it's different ways of drawing things. And draw pointer is something where we're supplying the position and the track widths and the slider position and so on and so forth. I'm trying to see where we're getting pointer color 2 and pointer color 4. This is going to specify the kind of pointer it's trying to draw. This is the 2 shaped ones, and so it's making those funny little things you feed in, draw pointer, and it does a whole pointer for you in that style, which I am not going to use because I don't like. So there's that. So if not is 2-value, draw this, else draw this. That will still work. If it's not 2-value, we do this. Otherwise, we do this. And is 3-val? Nope. So fill the ellipse, the rectangle this size. We're not going to keep this, but now I'm trying to figure out if it's true, does it become thumb point? I'm going to say yes. It goes true and then false. So that will now work. Same deal with here. Although we are going to make that go away again before terribly long, because all this drawing of paths and things does not actually comply to what I'm going to be trying to do. But no matter. Let's start mushing some of the stuff that I'm not actually going to use together to take less space. And here we have another place where we can get rid of is 3-val, because I'm not going to use that. This entire statement can go away. Never be true. But here's the thing is I am going to want to use, I guess min slider pause and max slider pause are the equivalent of my X and Y coordinates for if I want to build it into a joystick. And that's kind of what I have in mind. Is I'm looking to redo all of this stuff in such a way where I can have a horizontal or vertical slider, but if I tell it to be 2-val, it's going to be like a trackpad. It's going to be like a chaos pad or something. And that will work to do the job of the joysticks that I'll have on the control surface, but I want them in the interface as well. So, min slider pause and max slider pause, or just slider pause. So, min and max is the 2-val. Is there a place here that I can... Oh, there is. Look at that. So let's assume this is X and Y. There's where it exists. And rename that to then the next thing that we do about that is work out how to make them updatable, because that's going to live inside here too, I think. I am not entirely sure about that. But, you know, if you can't do it that way, I'll figure out another way to do it. I'll override something else. Like, rather than overriding draw linear slider, I'll override how you set this slider. Linear slider is still going to be fine, but setting it would have to be overridden separately. Draw is going to count as part of look, but the way that we position things is going to count as part of feel. And let's figure this stuff out. I know that's all going off the side of the screen. Well, actually, no, it's showing up. No matter. Auto is 3 value. We're ignoring that. Also, there's going to be no difference between 2 value vertical and 2 value horizontal. So we get to use either of those. It shouldn't matter. I feel like I heard a little bit of thunder outside. Hopefully not. So this stuff is going to matter. Excuse me. So a minimum of 6 and maximum of either height or width, so it's going to scale. So we're going to be working with this one pretty directly. I do hear summer thunder out there. And I may not need these. This is all juice-oriented design. If I rewrite the programming of where the stuff is drawn using the raw information, like width and so on, I don't need these. Nor do I need the path. Here's path stuff. Background track, start subpath. I'm not finding a need to draw paths for the other stuff. I'm drawing stuff with raw calculation, so I'm not calling on other stuff in here. That said, the stroke types are okay, but I'm a little skeptical. Let's squish a bunch of this stuff down. I can get it back out again. Here's where we calculate some points. Everything's full of lots of space. That's not inherently bad. The only reason I'm changing it is because I feel like it. I'm just making it look in a way that pleases me. Interesting, kx and ky. Where are we getting kx and ky? There's x and y. Oh, we just made it. We just made those. So this is as big as draw linear slider is. We've taken out all the 3-value stuff. So we're just not going to call upon that. And I'm pretty sure we've taken out all the 3-value. We'd better have taken out all the 3-value stuff. We pretty much need to draw a track of some kind though, and here's the issue. Slider background color ID. Is that the color of the track? Also, is toVal is going to call upon totally different stuff. Also, can I override the behavior? I'm going to save this in case, like, if the stream suddenly stops, it is possibly because my power randomly went out. Because I do hear some thunderiness going on. And let's have a little glimpse of a nearby, yep, thunderstorms early, of a nearby town. This is not the town I live in, but it is a nearby town. And sure enough, doesn't look like we're going to get a lot of rain, but there are some thunderstorms. And overriding slider methods. Here's people doing things like that. Oh, that's something I would have to do. What I'm talking about, you would indeed have to connect both the min and the max values to the audio processor. Ooh, I wonder how messy that is going to be. Maybe we don't want to deal with that. Maybe it would be better to find something else to use. Juice trackpad control. No, trackpad seems to be having to do with the actual laptop's trackpad. But on the other hand, that is absolutely what you're supposed to be, what I'm supposed to be doing with this. So I'm going to save that because I'm not going to watch a video on stream. Not that people don't, but I'm not going to. 15K subscribers. Good for you, Akash Murthy. And this is apparently how you go about doing that. And they are specifying it as a gain and pan processor. So we're registering multiple sliders, presumably. X sliders and Y sliders. And that would be how you go about doing it. And these are the end results, but you're supposed to be able to manipulate this, and that would be the idea. Find the source code here. Let's see what their licensing is like. So maybe I shouldn't be looking into that anymore. Needs juice 0.610. There's a README. It is a demo. I'm a little concerned as I don't see a license. Oh, and this is built into the Producer system. So this is not actually, oh, or maybe not. Nope. It's going to be a thing like that. And this is stuff you will be doing with it. And that's how you build it in. See XY pad like there. And you define your own component. And it's referred to in those ways. So, yeah, we're not quite there yet. So joystick and juice plugin. I mean, here's the thing is, I would easily be able to do this as two distinct horizontals or two distinct rotary faders. What I'm interested in doing is having it be a single device where you can click on the thumb and then move it as if it was the moving joystick that will be on my control surface. And this is also similar to how people often code filters. People often code filters so that you click in one place and then you're moving up and down the gain, and side to side you're moving the frequency, and that's normal. That is frequently how people do that. What I'm looking for is whether they have anything that already does that. And let's look to see, thorny question A. Let's look to see whether that actually exists already in a way that I can override it. Because we've got the 2 and 3 parameter horizontal and vertical, but it's looking increasingly like if I can't feed the results of that, XY controller. Okay, there's that same person. There's another person. Help a nudie 2D slider getting started. Is there, that's the question I'm asking, is there an XY component already? It's people doing them. Yeah, there isn't one included in 2015 anyhow. Color selector is way more than I would need, but has something that's like an XY pad. Okay. 2015, 2023, but that's color selector related. Help a newbie, 2017. Yeah, I want to do this too. But I don't want these ones on the sides. I only want this one point in the middle. Again, don't think it exists out of the box. But inherit component and override mouse down. And then the drawing part I'll be able to handle. I'll deal with that. If you want to keep your sliders, don't use the XY controller to change, but change the sliders instead. Well, I'd rather have just the controller, but I don't know. Value objects. This is Jules. Jules knows his stuff around this stuff. He might be one of the key developers. So Connect them. Add listeners for X and Y. Have a look at how the sliders in the demo out. Well. So I don't need to do this much. That is separate. So what that person needed to do, I won't actually need. But, what is 2023? What things do people use in order to make things like, for instance, an XY pad? That's literally what I'm looking about is I'm looking to make an XY pad. So fair. Look and feel route. I don't think I have a way to do that for a double thing. Because here's the thing, the 2-value or 3-value sliders really are only trying to return one value. This is not, there's the question. See, not being a C++ programmer, I'm a bit at a loss with some of this because I don't really understand classes very much, if at all. Maybe I do a little bit, but like when we say class component, public juice component, that is inheriting from the stuff in here. So all the stuff in there it knows how to do. Look and feel methods. This would be a destructor if I'm not mistaken. This little tilde thing equals default, so I'm not really sure what that does. And then draw my component. You're apparently feeding it the graphics context and the component's address. Yeah, we're definitely getting a little bit of rain, but there's only about half an hour more stream to go. Tell you what, rather than bashing my head against this stuff, let's see if we can get something fun to draw, or at least change something in the way things are drawn. And it's feeding in this stuff, but it's not like, where do I, Jump to definition, look and fill methods. I can open a page having to do with this stuff. So these are look and fill methods. If I can override one of these, I can override more. Like I overrode this, now I'm doing it rather than this stuff. And then these other things are generally being called by this one. I don't think I'll need to be doing a lot of get slider thumb radius. I'm kind of doing that myself because everything needs to scale and scale non-linearly so that it works at multiple sizes with multiple line weights and all that kind of stuff that I'm already doing with the knob. So that's fine. So what instead? Pop-up font and placement. No, I'm not going to be using that. So juice slider, all this stuff up here, like this presumably could also be, boy, this is a big file. Presumably this can also be overridden, just like I overrode draw the horizontal slider. But I'm not necessarily looking to override the drawing it. We're able to do this enum, and so we're able to feed in this various stuff. set min value and set max value. These are ways of controlling the two aspects of this that are getting fed in, but we're not actually sending those two values back out. We're only sending a single value, and the other two values are sort of internal, and they're just controlling what happens. So whether it's 2 values or 3 values, not actually very useful. I don't find that to be particularly useful. We're also not using the text box. I'm sure people do. I'm sure there are people who do. Slider style, get slider style, fine, fair enough. These things can be overridden. We're not, but it can be. We can also set the rotary parameters if we so choose in radians. Mouse drag sensitivity, presumably that needs to just follow where the mouse is on the screen, otherwise that would be kind of crazy. I don't know if that's going to be useful in my context. The rain and the thunder seems to be moving off a little bit. Skew factor. Okay, not really worried about that one, but cool. I do things like this. I tend to do things like this having to do with, in the code, it's going to take a value from 0 and 1 and alter it within the audio code. But the value from 0 and 1 can be rendered linearly in the actual knob. I'm not worried about adjusting it so that the knob shows it from different places. I'll do that in the audio section. Text box style, I'm not using text boxes. It's all very nice and fine, but get value object, okay, not worried about that. Normalizable range, not worried about that. Get min value and get max value. So here's the thing. I bounce back over to here, right? This is plugin processor. In theory, oh, I can think of something that might be fun to try. Params gain get. So here we have knob A, B, and C. And these are called gain, cutoff, and resonance, and they should be called that around here somewhere. Maybe. Not there. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so gain knob, cutoff knob, resonance knob. When I look over here, we see that this is the one that is set at 2-value horizontal, and I don't think I have defused that yet. No, that's still there. Let's see whether we can feed 2 values into the audio. We got knob A, knob B, and knob C. Those are parameters. They're ordered as gain, cutoff, and resonance, and they're arranged as the gain is the one in the middle and cutoff and resonance are over or under it. So we are still focusing on gain here. We're doing set range of 0 to 1. These can all be 0 to 1. In fact, that'll work just fine. plugin processor knob A get. So gain knob set value, set range, to value horizontal, add listener, add and make visible. But then when we go in here, where it says params knob A, knob B, and knob C, the part that I'm looking at, and this is the part that's going to run in Twisted Wave. So that has to now be knob A, knob B, and knob C. What else can I do here? Get gets me the 1 volume. What else could we do? Get value, get name, num steps, default value. I don't see a lot else. Name, not so much of a concern. So that is correct, but I don't know if there's going to be a min value. I suspect that's not going to work. Nope, can't do it. And there's your problem. You can have a slider, but the slider won't return multiple values. It'll return the one thing. And then you have to have a different slider to feed in a different value. There's your problem. So params knob A get. Well, what if rather than being that, it was something else? Range. Set value, get value. Begin change gesture. Ranged audio parameter. No, that's the tilde there means it's the destructor. It's a void. So you call it and the knob goes away apparently. There's a destructor for audio parameter float. There's a constant. I feel like the min value and max value relate to this ranged audio value. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Start to end. Yeah, the rain is starting up again. Minimum value and maximum value. Okay. We're going to find out whether this updates. We're going to find out whether we can feed stuff in this way. Because unlike that other stuff, this is not get and then the parentheses, meaning that it's calling a function. Instead, we're just referring to this. And that may or may not be giving us the values we're talking about. So time to play. Let's find out what happens if we run this. Also, I don't know if we're applying this in any way, so let's find out. Nope, we're not applying it yet, so let's apply it. Gain L and gain R. As long as I don't try to run this in Reaper, we're good, because this is the float processing. Have we built? I think we have. Now, what happens if we try to run gain? Oh, look, it's drawing weird stuff around. It's not drawing that correctly anymore, is it? No matter. Let's see what it does. Audio. Begin. It is not updating these things. Flashing the lights, but it's not updating the things. And right is alive, left is not. So it's acting like it started up like this and just stayed that way. Interesting. Can we continue this? Start and end is presumably just a regular thing. Get range. Get beginning. Get start. Get end. Okay. That is now a function. That is something that you could expect to not be a fixed thing, but would actually be updating as we go. Let's see what we get. If that works, that is a screwed up, but apparently functional way to get two values out of a single parameter. And kludgy though it may be, that includes stuff that exists in Juice, and so I'm tempted to run with it. But firstly, let's see if it actually does what I think it might. Because this is supposed to give me these parameters, even though they will be somewhat limited by how they expect this to work. So let's fire that up again. It's still going to be drawing a little screwy, and it is. Now they'll both be on if this worked the way I thought it did. No. Nor is it updating the volume. Okay. Well, that's a swing and a miss. We are not updating that at all, are we? It's not able to return those values on the fly. Also, we are not able to change them by stopping and restarting. Although we are able to feed both of these values into the interface, but we're not able to feed them into the audio thread. The audio thread is only able to receive the central value. So what would that central value be if we just told it to do get? Because these things, not so much. Unless you can extend them further. Nope. It's done. Okay, if this works, they're both going to be tied to the same control, and I don't know which one of those parameters it is that is going to work. One of them will probably work, I don't know which. Might be the bottom one, might be the top one. Sort of closing in on the end of the day with a little experimentation. Here we have silence. It's not this one. And it apparently is not this one. Okay, so our two-value thing doesn't actually give us a return value. That's weird. This other stuff would give me a return value. Weird, 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 weird. Can I tell plugin processor to get min value? I suspect not, but yeah, no member named that. So how do you go around that anyway? Parameters, what audio DOI message? This stuff is a little complicated. I don't really understand how that stuff works. And this stuff wants to pick up params, but we're not sending stuff to params apparently. Or are we? Is it up here somewhere that it's doing the thing? Audio to UI. Well, that stuff is supposed to be working. In fact, I can have that work. That's doing things. But UI to audio. Trying to see whether it's trying to refer to the stuff I'm using in any way. I've only got 15 minutes to stream left, and it's been quite a stream, honestly. The nonsense we've gotten up to. Like, we made this. We made that. That's crazy. So it's been a good day on that side. I'm just not really making it anywhere with this. Although, you know, it's kind of fine. It's not great, but it's kind of fine. Params, knob A, knob B, and knob C. Yeah, we're not actually... It's funny. We're supposed to be both setting as a two-value horizontal. Also, I bet you anything, if I take this out, it starts working. Oh, hello. Gain knob set value processor ref params plugin processor knob A get. Huh? Well, what if you set a two value? I'm already confident I can put this back. I'm just baffled as to... Is this where you set min value? Do I have it so it's literally not doing the thing? This may break things, but we'll see. What if we do this? Is it wasn't registering any changes there. But if our processor ref params contain two different things, and that's knob A or knob B get, what if we're making these changes and we don't have a middle value to set anymore, but we can have it be a 2 value, and then maybe overriding that stuff, it'll do something. Now we have two outputs to the one thing. Let's see what we got, because it wasn't doing a damn thing previously. And this might just be a way of kludging it into existence. What do we got? Okay, it's registering this one, but none of the other ones. And it's not doing anything with this. That's busted. Weird. So we're defining them like this. The rain came back again. Again, I'm going to keep saving in case everything crashes. We're down to 5 people and down to the last 10 minutes of stream. So let's just, this is juice. It's like beyond, it's beyond C++. It's C++ with a bad attitude. Set value. And let's disable this for now. Let's make this go back to original again. And now let's see if we at least can have a couple of different kinds of sliders and they all work. So here we are. And here's a couple of different sliders. This one looks real screwy. In fact, I'm not sure I can move it at all. Yeah, I broke it. Something went wrong. So I'd need to be able to reach this and move it to somewhere. But I have changed up. Hang on. I just can't see the slider knob, but it exists. See, this is now the only one that's making sound. So it's the phantom slider knob. It's being drawn up there, but it's actually here. It's being drawn in the corner. Off to on. So that's crazy. I wonder if I can make that go back by undoing some of these things. Might want to figure out which things I did. That caused it to flip out. Yeah, so draw pointer is not able to function properly. Oh, although it is possible that the reason it's doing that is because it's not drawing it right. So let's override that. Oh, hang on. No. Set color. Never mind this stuff. Never mind that. Let's try and force that color to draw, even if it is starting out thinking that it is find color, thumb color ID, which may actually just be the same color as the background. I think that might be what it is, and so that's why it's doing that thing. Set color, juice color is white, then fill it. So let's make it be blue. Okay, so now, if I'm correct about that, it's going to be able to draw the place where I'm supposed to be working with it, but instead it's going to draw it in blue, where it was drawing it in blank before. Not exactly. However, I will bet you that that is still working. It is still working, but it's not drawing it in the right place. It's drawing it here. So I wonder what changed. Set max value, set min and max value. This is some fairly messy stuff here. These are colors to draw with. Oh, and this is just the H file, so this is just declaring it, but I want to be looking to the C file, and that'll presumably show me a little bit more. And there it is. So here's the stuff that we do. And around here is where I overrode it. Now that should be letting me get some of these values out of it, but it's kind of not. On the other hand, this is probably where I can find the original form of the code that I overrode or not. Huh. What's that about? Dum-de-dum-de-dum. It's all a bunch of things calling other things. See where it says is true value, and it returns this or that or the other, and then it returns this and that and the other thing. Get value gives you that, but if it's a to value, you should be doing the other thing. Set min value and max value. So there's that. Yeah, we're not actually going to get really anywhere with this, I fear. This is a little too much for the last 3 minutes of stream. Just saying. I know we overrode something to get that drawing code. I just kind of wish I could find it again. Here's paint, here's resized. Here's our slider class, listeners and things. There's a lot of stuff going on in there. Yeah, so juice slider, that's not actually where we got any of that, is it? Nor does it look like this is where I will want... Oh, no ads for the last moment of stream, sorry. And that's no use either. So yeah, we got this from somewhere. Let's jump to the definition. Maybe it was in Look and Feel V4? No, I don't know about that. But here is where we started. So in theory, if I take this and just straight up replace it with what was in here, I should be able to get a working slider that is not screwed up. Let's find out if that's even true. Because I know I was starting to change stuff and I figured I was going to be fine, but that's not necessarily the case. So, dum-de-dum. Let's assume that my modifications were ill-intended. And instead we got to do this, but then change it for Airwindows Look and Feel. And then there's a bunch of other little stuff that has to be updated as well, and I'm not going to have time for that. Not today. Not today. Phew. Unknown type name graphics. Really? Already? So yeah, didn't get there, but I tell you what, it was still quite a day. And on that note, I am going to say good day and go off and have my tacos. And I hope you folks enjoy CrunchCoat. Depending upon how enthusiastic I am about it, I might drop that next weekend. It certainly was fun to play with. And it certainly would be a fun toy to give people. On that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.